看到奇奇的装备，法洛士已经有陨落出来了。两边塔皮还是 PSG 拿的比较多，尤其是阿志这边。哎，中路打起来第四枪，
怎么了？
中了 ！Betty 中路突然一波 这是贼低位的单杀，好像有点突然但应该是4枪全中了吗？第3枪 ，bang！ 有意识到，但时间点比较晚。
哦，魔豆踢了，
而且上半部有一个 TP 下来，看一下 FAK 有没有意识到
位置被点出来，
位置有点尴尬。对魔豆来说是一个非常好的时间点，而且大局先甩到是一剑身上。侧边 Gory 的一剑四文阵已经消失，而且雷欧娜这个位置选择绕进来之后，挖口一个大绝加进化解掉了法洛斯的多连手，反而是舍得先被击杀了。
挖口
Gory 交了一个大绝冲进来之后，要被 Gemini 给直接留住，这里店家最枪打开，又是挖口的收割局，接回他2个，再拉2个回来，挖口的 double kill。而且 Driver 想把挖口给拉进，但是被挖口一点给做一个拉扯，魔豆想用普攻 A 到底，但是受不了挖口啊，最后做了一个交换，魔豆还是倒地。
画面回来，来自小龙区的团战黑贝克子率先抓到了利凯成员，但左边拉把抛了过来，
刮死
是留住了 TP 过来的努力没有操作的空间，开始对面一服的招呼，打有拿下 double kill， 同时上面的冠冠想要以敌3个。Kerry 也来过来支援，但一被击飞的瞬间也没有太多操作的空间，光倒下，同时继续往前追击，拿下 Penta Kill。
他默默的把5个人都砍死了。是 Maple， 但是 Maple 杀不了，小胖杀不了。
假开真钓鱼，
要杀阿志，我觉得。
哇，所有人成
大物件大4个，就是这波的建设团战说完就来了。小明拿了一个 double， 无敌虽然说笑出了助活者的呼唤，但这一波的话 PSG 全员溃败。就说我们平常在那边大五个不是乱讲哦。你看走进来 ，bang， 起飞，飞了又飞，有玩过大怒神吗？哦，那是做了2次哦，上去又下来哦，好玩的，一样的钱他们可以玩2次啊，好玩的东西一直玩，那个性价比很高啊。
看起来 FAK 是想来打这一波的，挖口没视野，
挖口的位置，
看到在旁边 Q 到人，直接 W 波眼闪现退回来，挖口被惩罚。Gemini 绑进去之后，自己交了一个闪现往后走，鬼灵之火已经交出去了，茂凯完全没有逃脱技能，顺势也要被 Driver 给击杀。挖口这波看一下卡萨，哎呦，然后还接了 Driver 的 W， 这波挖口可能3秒钟都动不了吧。
我觉得当他看到他身上突然那个眼冒出来的时候，他知道他死定了。
这个 W 眼跟 Q 几乎是同时的。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
看到奇奇的装备，法洛斯已经有陨落出来了。两边塔皮还是 PSG 拿的比较多，尤其是阿志这边。哎，中路打起来第4枪，
怎么了？
中了 ！Betty 中路突然一波，这是贼低位的单杀，好像有点突然但应该是4枪全中了吗？第3枪 ，bang！ 有意识到，但时间点比较晚。
哦，魔豆踢了，
而且上半部有一个 TP 下来，看一下 FAK 有没有意识到
位置被点出来，
位置有点尴尬。对魔豆来说是一个非常好的时间点，而且大局先甩到是一剑身上。侧边 Gory 的一剑四文阵已经消失，而且雷欧娜这个位置选择绕进来之后，挖口一个大绝加进化解掉了法洛斯的多连手，反而是舍得先被击杀了。
挖口
Gory 交了一个大绝冲进来之后，要被 Gemini 给直接留住，这里店家最枪打开，又是挖口的收割局，接回他2个，再拉2个回来，挖口的 double kill。而且 Driver 想把挖口给拉进，但是被挖口一点给做一个拉扯，魔豆想用普攻 A 到底，但是受不了挖口啊，最后做了一个交换，魔豆还是倒地。
画面回来，来自小龙区的团战黑贝克子率先抓到了利凯成员，但左边拉把抛了过来，
刮死
是留住了 TP 过来的努力没有操作的空间，开始对面一服的招呼，打有拿下 double kill， 同时上面的冠冠想要以敌3个。Kerry 也来过来支援，但一被击飞的瞬间也没有太多操作的空间，光倒下，同时继续往前追击，拿下 Penta Kill。
他默默的把5个人都砍死了。
是 Maple， 但是 Maple 杀不了，小胖杀不了。
假开真钓鱼，
要杀阿志，我觉得。
哇，所有人成大物件大4个，就是这波的建设团战说完就来了。小明拿了一个 double， 无敌帅说叫出了助火者的呼唤，但这一波的话 PSG 全员溃败。就说我们平常在那边大五个不是乱讲的。你看走进来 ，bang， 起飞，
飞了又飞，有玩过大怒神吗？
哦，那是做了2次哦，上去又下来哦，
好玩的，一样的钱，他们可以玩2次
啊，好玩的东西一直玩，那个性价比很高啊。
看起来 FAK 是想来打这一波的，挖口没视野，
不错，
卡塔在旁边 Q 到了，直接 W 波眼闪现退回来，挖口被惩罚，接下来绑进去就自己将那个闪现往后走，鬼灵之吻已经交出去了，茂凯完全没有逃脱技能，顺势也要被 Driver 给击杀。挖口这波看一下卡萨，哎呦，然后还接了 Driver 的 W， 这波挖口可能3秒钟都动不了吧。
我觉得当他看到他身上突然那个眼冒出来的时候，他就知道他死定了。
这个 W 眼跟 Q 几乎是同时的。
Hello and welcome everybody here to week number 3 of the PCS 2024 Summer Split. Of course, once again brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International and China Airlines, who have direct flights starting July 14th from Taipei to Seattle. There are 5 weekly flights on the Airbus A350-900, so please check out the China Airlines website for these great value tickets direct from Taipei to Seattle. Now, I will once again be your host, Veshian, and alongside me, it is our good friend Lo.
Yes, it is, and we're starting to get an idea now of where all the teams stand. Remember, it's only a single round robin before we go into the second phase of our regular season. And it's kind of looking like Frank, PSG, CFO.
Yep.
Who have you got contesting the top 3 at the moment?
DCG. I mean,
DCG?
I think, yeah, I think they're the only team that really...
I think J-Team's a dark horse.
Yeah, I mean, while I kind of agree, I don't think they really have the firepower to sort of realistically take them down. I think they could absolutely get one game, but DCG... And I think it's largely to do with their sort of picks and bans and how they actually play the draft. I feel are more likely to take 2 games just because they can do some crazy whack shenanigans in the draft phase and really throw any team, even the top teams, for a loop. And I think, especially when you're talking about, you know, realistically looking player for player, you always have to favor the PSG, CFO, or the Frank lineups. But draft, while a team like DCG aren't actually that far below in terms of their manpower, when you can just win a draft off absolute shenanigans, I think that can do a lot for you in a best of 3 especially.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe it's just the manpower that's a little bit lacking on DCG. And I don't think it's their skill ceilings that are the problem. It's just been consistency.
Yep.
Same story as last split, where you can have bot lane doing amazingly and then Taco's playing Mordekaiser going 0-6, making the game difficult unnecessarily. And it feels like they haven't quite filled the gap Beyond, because Beyond felt like a team we could pretty confidently throw in the mix.
Yes.
As a top team.
Of course, there are your standings. And as we sort of touched on at the end of last week, this is somewhat what we think the standings will look like by the end. I think Hellpigs and West Point probably are going to be separated. I think it's looking like Hellpigs would come 7th and West Point 6th, but obviously there's a lot of time left to change up these standings. However, from what we've seen, this does feel like the realistic sort of way things are going. And
yeah, the most important thing really is who is out.
Yeah.
Ultimately, as far as the tournament format goes. Yeah, one team is going to be out, and like you said, it's going to be a fight between Hellpigs and West Point.
Yeah.
Which is not on the cards today.
No, it isn't. The other sort of, maybe you could see West Point, especially now that they've got that Kongyue in the jungle. Obviously, 116, a very talented player. You can realistically look at them and think, well, they could take a series over DCG or J-Team. And so there's a lot up in the air about that, and we are going to get the answer to one of those in our game number 1 of tonight between DCG and West Point, which I think is possibly the matchup I'm most excited for in this first round robin to come. I mean, there is obviously still CFO versus PSG to come as well, but DCG West Point, last split was some of the most fantastic best of 3s, and not in terms of the necessarily high skill gameplay, but just complete excitement. There was...
Have we had J-Team DCG yet?
Yeah, I think we had it last week, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
didn't
DCG.
quite deliver the last split.
No, not the same as last split, but yeah, I think between these two, it is... I'm not sold that DCG are going to take it, especially, as I said, there have been a lot of roster upgrades for West Point. They are actually looking like...
mid lane. Yeah. Especially 116 mid has looked pretty infallible.
I think it's important to say as well, it's the Coach Calvin's birthday today for West Point, so yeah.
Oh, I had no idea.
He's got the LCO buff, obviously really, really strong region when they come to the PCS. And then it is his birthday. He posted on Twitter, actually. He said he's got to level 30, and on his level 30, he's also going to take his first PCS series win. So that's what he's going for today. Yeah, 14-11. Tristana and Skarner were the big sort of talks of that patch. I think Rumble as well. He got banned a lot. Never really saw him played. I imagine Mordekaiser's up there, but lower in priority simply because he's not banned ever, whereas he's picked if Skarner's picked. So he probably had 7 games played and 0 bans is how I imagine.
Yeah, it looks like Skarner is just... A lot of those 8 bans came in earlier on.
Yeah.
As soon as we got on this patch, everyone was perma-banning Skarner, and then people figured out the Mordekaiser range tops are very strong.
I mean, figured out is a big word, considering Skarner was still winning most of the time.
Yes, he was, yeah. People seem to like the Mordekaiser into the Skarner, So they're leaving it up now to varied results.
Yeah, this is very true. The strong picks, Twisted Fate, 4-0. We did see a lot of bans towards him in the draft phase. Senna as well, showing a really good win rate, and Nidalee too. Nidalee's stats a little bit skewed because Kasa and Ginger really just giga 1v9ing on that champ. So
I think Gemini might have had a game.
Yeah, I don't remember.
So.
I can't. I just remember watching Ginger and Kasa, and those were the two standout Nidalee games. Weak picks: Kasante, Corki, and Raul, 2 and 7.
And I remember someone
Low
saying
is feeling really justified in his
at the
opinions.
beginning of the split. I said Corki sucks. Everyone is pick banning it, and it's terrible.
To be fair, a lot of the Corki picks were on the team that you kind of just wrote off in their series.
Yeah.
A lot of it was like, oh, we're against PSG and we got Corki, so you got Corki, but you're still just going to lose. It's like last split. There was a champion like that last split where...
Oriana?
It might have been. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but yeah, one champion was just really broken. I think it was Varus, actually. It might have been Varus. And Varus started the split like 1-11 or something, but it was just the best AD carry, but it was always the good teams giving it over.
Yeah.
Obviously, Karma and Israel did receive buffs.
That's
actually
combo.
A buff to that specific duo in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Nice poke. It can do pretty well against champions, as I just said, like the Varus. More high-range champs is kind of Israel's optimal sort of place, because there's a lot of AD carries you don't want to pick into high-range lanes, but Israel gets away with it just because he can farm mostly out of range with his Q.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Ezreal too, so...
Yeah, it was Shun,
fun
right?
to see more.
Shun popping off on that champion most recent. And nerfs to Ashe, Skarner, and Twisted Fate, I think very much about time.
Yeah.
The Twisted Fate, I'm kind of ready to not see that anymore.
Yeah,
it is kind of exciting, but it's also just like, well, some team picked Twisted Fate and now top lane's over.
Yeah, it kind of forces a TF ban anytime you ban Jax on blue side. And it's kind of crazy that you can first blind pick a top laner with just one ban.
Yeah. And some adjustments, not overly impactful. The Corki does lose a little bit of power early on into the game with the E nerf, but it is still a very, very strong champion, and just a little bit of change to the Aatrox. I don't think that's going to be meta-defining by any means.
Yeah, but any excuse to play Aatrox. Teams love Aatrox.
Jung will be on it again.
Yeah. Very popular solo queue champ, so everyone's got a bunch of practice on it and want to play it anytime they get a chance to.
True. It is just a fairly strong champ when it can be picked. There are times where it's not the greatest. Now being one of them, doesn't do that well into the tanks in general. Some buffed items. The Void Staff, I think, is maybe the most important out of them.
Yeah, 90 AP on it now.
Gone up from 80, so might see it even more often. I actually think people started already building the Void Staff over Crypt Bloom.
Yeah.
And so now a further buff just means it's probably more likely to be taken. Early nerf, just all-round nerf to the First Strike, so a little less gold coming through from it early on to the game. Champions that took First Strike probably still will, but I don't think we're going to see any more Sword Art Nami First Strike shenanigans.
Yeah, I doubt that. Yeah, it's still going to be good where it was good before, and about the same.
Mage into melee's mid tends to be the most common time it's taken, but we'll see. Some adjustments to both the Static Shiv and the Lord Dominic's regards. Lord Doms really did feel quite weak on the last patch, just simply because it did no longer have the Giant Slayer passive, and it just kind of meant that Mortal Reminder was a little bit stronger from the Grievous Wounds you did get through that item, and no additional bonus really coming through from the Lord Doms, so bit of an adjustment to that. Hopefully we'll see some more variety in the AD carry build paths.
Yeah, what have we been seeing in the ADC role? We've been seeing a lot of Varus still.
Yep, Corki, Varus,
Senna.
a bit of Ezreal, Senna, Kai'Sa as well, Zeri.
Yeah, I'm surprised how
a bit of variety.
I'm surprised how little Jinx and Aphelios.
Yeah, I think it might be
even internationally
due to sort of just how the jungle operates.
Yeah.
A lot of the patch has been just sort of around the junglers for many teams, where you kind of want a little bit more utility, more safety in the bot lane. Some teams still going aggressively, but a lot of, if it can get Senna, take Senna. There's been some Ashe getting played as well, Varus as well, you know, and more the Varus has been doing less damage than last split. and sort of waning to the fact that now we just have a carry in our jungle, so we can sort of forego a bit of damage elsewhere.
Yeah,
We're
utility from ADC.
Yeah, gonna have some 1v1s coming up. It's gonna once again be Orca, this time versus Kongyue. I don't believe we've seen Kongyue in a 1v1 before.
I don't think so. I think they do put the stats up. Nope. Going straight in. Poppy banned by Orca.
Orca, not a stranger to the 1v1s. I think he said in his interview last week that none of his team wants to do it, so he just has to. Rengar, Zac.
He is so good at the 1v1s.
He is. You remember back in the day where every time he did them, his entire team was just supporting him, and
yeah, in the
now they just don't care.
Yeah, it's a bit clinical for Orca now.
Now it's just another day in the office for this guy, and gotta start with that Bramble vest.
Yeah, I like it that you can't get away with no anti-heal against Rengar.
Kongyue's a little cooking. I'm not sure what to think about Kongyue's build, but
Yeah, a little D shield, little D blade, little ult chat.
Yeah, early on. Oh, okay.
Turn fire.
I wonder what Rengar's gonna do, guys. It's early on in the game. Oh, he jumped out of a bush and lost the trade.
Okay, trades look good for Zac.
I mean, it doesn't feel like. I mean, what's Kongyue's build going to be? Is he going to have to go for some more like sustained damage? It doesn't feel like lethality is going to be all that good against a champ like Zac. Nice coming through. Orca, I mean, Orca still has passive. Maybe Rengar going to have the damage to take him out? No, absolutely not. Not even close. Kongyue is an absolute disbelief.
Well, you don't expect to be stat checked.
No.
As a Rengar, a level 3 Rengar in my head should do pretty well against the Zac, but nope.
I think the build, like, what's the Doran shield done?
Yeah, it should probably be 2D blades, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so. You're probably going to get more healing, although the Bramble vest exists. But, I mean, Rengar kind of just goes in and
stays there, yeah.
And some champs, yeah, you could get away, but it doesn't feel like you can really do that against Zac. You can just leap into the bush that you're playing in, and
yeah,
it kind of makes it hard for you to take these short trades. So Orca already up a lot of gold, has himself now the Ninja Tabis. No item purchased from Kongyue, didn't really have time to farm. So.
Yeah, all of Rengar's damage is just right click, so Tabby's going to be insane this game as well, just for chasing down the Rengar. But we'll see, we've seen some comebacks lately, this split especially.
We have. Yeah, that Betty versus 116.
The Kalista, yeah, the Kalista versus Kalista combat
lives completely rent-free in my head. I actually go to bed dreaming about it. Sometimes I play normal games with Low and wish that Betty was in my AD carry position instead of him.
That's not very nice.
I mean, let's be honest, you wish Arju was in your top lane instead of me. Alright, well, I mean, it doesn't feel like Kongyue can do a whole lot.
Yeah, he kind of is just getting pushed off the wave now.
Maybe it's time for him to just commit to going AP.
Yeah.
The APW spam Rengar with a Lich Bane.
I miss it a little bit. I miss some of the dumb builds.
Oh, I promise you it still exists. No, I've played some mastery low top lane games where I'm like, oh, I'm against a Rengar, and he's, you know, I'm just thinking, oh, he's going to go lethality, and just wrong. He just has a Lich Bane first, one-shotting me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's still absurd. I'm sure I'm playing poorly, but it doesn't feel like this matchup's looking so good. Passive's still available on the Zac. If you're unfamiliar, if you go into the ring and you're relatively even on health, does mean that Zac is almost certain to win.
And the problem is I don't think the ultis, Orca's ulti is going to be a lot more useful on Zac than Kongyue's on Rengar.
Yeah, it feels like Kongyue can only really use it to run away. Like, unless somehow he wins a trade and he can use it to chase, but it doesn't really feel like he can ever win a trade. Especially just, I mean, you're seeing it here. He's trying to sustain, but it's really hard for him to get his passive up without an auto attack.
Yeah, and Rengar you prefer to be against burst champs just to get more value out of your W healing.
Yeah, but Zac's just kind of sustain damaging.
Yeah. Full HP on Orca.
Yeah, this is looking rough. One plate already taken, maybe even looking for a second here.
Yeah, eventually this Rengar just runs out of HP.
Yeah, I don't know if I mean, looking at Orca's runes, I don't think he will have Demolish, so Kongyue probably can look for at least one recall before this is over, but so will Orca, and Orca's just slowly but surely getting more CS plates, and the game is in a lot better position. Orca is a bit of a chef when it comes to these 1v1s, isn't he?
Yeah. Looks like he's going to stay. And he's not a one-trick pony, you know? He plays a bunch of...
Yeah, you really see him on the same champ twice. I remember the entirety of DCG started off the last split when the 1v1s came by just rotating who played and each person picking Volibear.
Yeah, yeah. Taking turns playing Volibear until Orca solidified himself.
Yeah, and I also think they just played it and then one of them went up against Jiang, got absolutely ratioed and realized Volibear wasn't the best 1v1 champ in the game.
Yeah, we saw Volibear get destroyed by a Poppy. I remember that being a revolutionary moment in the 1v1s. Orca is very strong.
Indeed. Kongyue, I mean, not doing so poorly in the trades right now, but still certainly losing out on them. Ignite comes through, does have a heal available, but the heal cut's enough, and just like that, Orca takes himself the win, and West Point are not going to have their side selection. Kongyue, I believe it was his first 1v1 from memory.
Yeah, I think so.
Unfortunately starts off rough.
Just a massive tanky goo. Unkillable.
Yeah.
There was no point in him even hitting the Zac back.
No. No, yeah, that was quite one-sided. I wonder if it goes different if Kongyue doesn't commit to a all-in early and gives Zac an extra 400 gold, 600 gold even to work with.
Yeah, maybe. Guess we'll never know.
Yep.
Rarely see the same matchup twice.
That is true. What is something we have seen twice?
Somehow Ezreal Tahm Kench.
That's true, yeah. And it was Ezreal winning both times.
Yeah.
By Tower, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I don't think you could make me pick Tahm Kench in a 1v1.
Well, I think Tahm Kench, like top lane Tahm Kench, kind of just beats everything.
Maybe if he's against melee, he does a lot better.
Yeah, right. But like, as soon as you have the range and you just wave clear, because Tahm has no wave clear, unless you're Wing into a minion wave, which doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel correct. You just kind of get pushed to your tower, have to look for a tongue lash, and if that misses, well, you've just lost another plate. And I think both times we saw Tahm Ezreal just took tower. So there is DCG on your screen. Taco, 665, Cascada, Fing, and Orca. 1-1 to start off the split. Looking relatively decent, as you kind of come to expect from this roster.
Yeah, haven't really felt the difference with Feng so far. Maybe lower Senna priority.
Yeah, lower carrying on Orca is kind of...
Yeah.
Like...
Orca's just more willing to play Nami, Rel.
I'll say Taco starting off the split a little better than last split.
Yeah.
Having one real standout game on the Mordekaiser especially.
Oh, Redemption Mordekaiser game. Polar opposite of previous split.
Yeah, started off with like a 0-7. Against West Point, actually. That was last split, so maybe we get Redemption against that team. He actually ended up winning that game, which is absurd, but...
Yeah, well, his Mordekaiser confidence will be at an all-time high.
That's right. I wonder if we'll see TF still. The passive nerf, hopefully, is enough to get rid of him, as well as Q, although on AD...
Yeah, barely
TF,
matters on AD.
Okay, so we are going to have Ryu again, once again for West Point. It's Ryu, Kongyue, 116, Lil V, and Char. So still not going to be playing with Relia yet. And I mean, it's hard to judge the difference between the two top laners because Ryu had to go up against Jiang.
Yeah.
Whereas Relia was not. I can't remember who Relia was against. No, Relia was against Jiang. Who'd Ryu go up against?
Not someone easy.
No. Was it Ryu against Jiang? Oh, I don't remember now. The weeks have once again blended into each other.
Yeah.
It was Relia versus Jiang because it was the Cassante versus Gragas game. But I don't remember now who Ryu went up against. It was last week. Was it Archer?
Yeah, it might have been.
It was Archer or Driver, I think. Yeah, that's right. I think I remember West Point starting off with like the hardest start to the season.
Yeah.
And
yeah, not an easy matchup in DCG either.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't get a whole lot easier yet. Feng versus Lil V. Lil V, honestly, kind of, alongside 116, being the standout for this roster thus far.
Yeah, agreed.
Obviously, highest in damage share between all the AD carries, and ultimately, even in their losses, was kind of the guy alongside 116 that you could look towards to think maybe he's doing enough to somewhat push them across the line. Unfortunately, wasn't to be.
Yeah, and he's got the highest damage share with champs like Senna and Ashe.
Yeah.
Played as well, which is pretty impressive.
And Smolder. Well, Smolder, he did the most damage in the game, but...
Yeah, and in losing games, it's not always the easiest to get damage out, so... Yeah, him and 1116 have been especially impressive, as you said. But just have to make sure the rest of the map is doing well enough. It's kind of a similar problem to what DCG has had.
Yeah. I think ultimately, I'm kind of most excited in this matchup to see, although the 80 carries were highlighted, the Cascada versus 116. I think those two are kind of both the highlights for their team. 116, very consistent and good at carrying when he gets his ability to, and Cascada just, I mean, you never know what this guy's going to pick, and he performs well on everything.
Also, when Cascada loses, DCG look pretty terrible, frankly.
Yeah, he is kind of the glue that holds them together a lot. 665 can be like that at times as well, though. We'll see. Tristana, Nautilus going to be banned.
Rumble.
So Trist still going to be high up in there. And yeah, Rumble against Taco is something we often do see. Calvin there on your screen. Happy birthday, mate.
Happy birthday, Calvin.
Actually, Lowe's former coach as well.
Skarner Rumble. Feels like the red side tax at the moment, Skarner Rumble.
Yeah, unless you're willing to face the Mordekaiser, I suppose.
Yeah, we've seen Twisted Fate do well into Rumble, and stuff like Vayne and Mordekaiser do well into Skarner.
I think maybe out of all the Mordekaisers, you probably don't want to give it to Taco, because he probably has the most reps on it, considering he plays it even when it sucks.
Yeah, I think also when you've got, I guess, a stand-in or a new substitute in the top lane, you don't want them playing against, you know, an S+ tier top laner with some niche counter.
Yeah. And Akartha's going to be banned against 665. It was him that played it last week, right? And he was going for the Flash Wall of Pain.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, Ashe. So the passive was nerfed on the patch. See if it gets locked in, and whether it goes 80 carry or support.
Yeah, there's a flex pick. I like the Ashe first pick, and yep, DCG do lock it in. Knowing DCG, this could be Taco on Ashe, though.
True. Now 2 picks come through for West Point.
Sejuani's been very popular.
I don't think Kongyue is going to be picking Sejuani. Kongyue will get his hands on a carry champ somewhere. Char maybe looking towards that Leona. I think he's played 4 games of Nautilus so far, so he might have played something different. But anyway, he's going to be on Leona this game, so certainly not the Nautilus now.
Yeah, I think Leona's second to Nautilus in terms of engaged support priority right now. Feels a little bit better than Rel, and looks like West Point will just go for a Corki. It's
so
also
some
a
adjustments. Yeah, we have seen them play Corki mid, and 116 kind of doing extremely well, actually, he was in the mid lane.
Yeah.
It was against Maple, I believe.
Yeah, Maple on Tristana.
Yeah. Very handily kind of winning out. So Ashe going to be 80 carry. And we are going to have Orca on Braum.
Braum Sejuani.
Braum, a strong champion to Leona. Does really well at sort of separating the bot lane skirmish. If Leona goes in, can put up a wall in between the 80 carry and her and your 80 carry, and makes the fight quite strong for you. Taco going to get his hands on his Renekton once again.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure to see.
Yeah, so now West Point have to make the choice between getting their ADC or getting a top lane counter pick before the next stage. And they will go for neither maybe and just lock Ahri.
Yeah, well, I mean, that means they've already got their 80 carry, right? But it is going to be Israel, so going to give 116 the Corki once again, and Lil V will be piloting Israel, which is always a fun champ to watch.
Yeah, I like the Braum pick from DCG now that a second ADC has been locked in. Maybe that was your opportunity as West Point to put the Corki bot lane and pick something not as shut down by the Braum in the mid lane.
Let's see. Sejuani is banned up against 665. Not a champ we really associate him with, but...
Yeah, but Sejuani with these champs
I think
already
he
locked in.
Oh, no, Nidalee banned by DCG. Interesting they banned the Nidalee and picked the Renekton. Brand.
Yeah, I was actually thinking this is good setup for a Nidalee game.
Realizing
DCG.
now that DCG, I mean West Point rather, desperately needs some AP from their jungle and banning them out.
Yeah, Karthus and Nidalee already banned makes life easy.
Yeah, Brand next, and so, I mean Zyra as well, another jungler banned.
Yeah, West Point actually banning it. So now you can ban Lilia, I guess, if you're DCG.
Yeah, makes sense.
They can play Ivern, I guess, as AP.
Diana.
Yeah.
As a stretch. I mean, DCG the ones to play Diana so far.
Oh, right, Diana Yasuo.
Yeah. 6-5 and a great Diana game in that one. Yeah, Lilia banned. I mean, realizing that AP is desperately needed.
I mean, you don't
I was going to say
bad.
you could just pick something AP top.
Oh,
So
I like
they're
that a
doing.
lot. Yeah, I guess you just pick some tank in the jungle, maybe a Maokai.
Possibly. That isn't very Kongyue-like, though. Lucian. So Lucian Braum, if this is locked in. No, Lucian mid. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
What are we picking for AP, though, fellas? Every AP jungler's banned.
Yeah, and we
Is
had
it
a
just
hand of
Diana
banning
again?
them.
Yeah, it looks like it might be. Obviously, 6-5 already having one game on the champ here.
With the enemy jungle pick left for last,
Oh,
that's
Hana
risky.
goes in and just locks in, or doing runes, I'm not sure which. Coach, do my runes.
It's picking out the skin, I would think.
Yeah, possibly. Lee Sin for Kongyue.
Lee Sin makes sense. He's kind of
Or Viego.
good.
This is a bit of a Kongyue classic.
Okay.
He loves this champ, so does lock it in, and we have our team comps. Is it Ash mid? Oh, okay. Oh, it's another unique champ here for Cascada, either way.
Yeah, he just can't be stopped. Lucian Diana does not sound like a very threatening mid-jungle duo.
Well, it does feel really strong in 2v2s.
Yeah. You almost have to
The top
choose.
side, I swear you cannot win top side here as West
No.
Point. It requires some mistakes.
No, it should be the grubs going over to DCG.
Even bot side.
I'm not sure how
what
bot lane's
skirmishing
gonna
side
go.
of the map do you win? I mean, Viego is stronger than Diana in a skirmish.
Yeah.
But then you're up against Ash Braum, Lucian,
Yeah.
or Renekton Lucian. With honestly Diana not that bad at skirmishes. Obviously, especially at level 6.
Yeah. Very strong early game from DCG.
I'm a bit on a timer though. Lucian, especially without the buffing that can come through from like Nami and
Yeah.
we typically
Yeah,
see.
this Lucian kind of has to destroy his lane.
Or at least go even and try and find some roam timing. Should have push. Piercing Light generally allows you to poke out most lanes. We'll have
Yeah.
longer range than
Yeah,
the
he
Corki
should
with
be
that.
out trading the Corki. I wonder if with the E nerfs and Q buffs for Corki, people are maxing Q now. And
Yeah, possibly.
That would make Lucian a much better matchup now because he can dash the Q. You should never really get hit by Corki Q as Lucian.
Yeah, the old phosphorus bomb. Used to hit very hard and started kind of tickling, but your auto attacks would one-shot everyone, so. I'm excited to see Taco again on Renekton. Although it's not the Gore Drinker Renekton of old. Press the attack, actually, so.
Okay. Maybe a Blade of the Ruined King Renekton
Yeah,
of
the Blade of
old.
the Ruined King Eclipse. Maybe. I hope. That would be exciting.
Yeah,
Would-
no more Prowler's Claw, unfortunately.
Yeah, those were the days, man. I remember playing Renekton, and you actually end up 1-10 or 20-0. There was literally no.
And either way, you do about the same amount of damage.
Yeah, you do.
Enough to kill an ADC.
Yeah. The good old days, man. West Point gonna get their vision in early.
Kongyue looks like he wants to steal away these Raptors, but DCG's bot lane is here. He could be in serious trouble.
Yeah, passive nerfed on Ashe early, so I imagine not much really changed there. It's just a bit of slow percentage, but still
Yeah.
should be the strongest.
Yeah, Orca and Feng found 4 members of West Point there. And I don't think they can do much about this red. We'll try to just get to lane in one piece.
Oh my. Will V. Deadly
Dialed in.
accurate.
So 665 has to respond and
Yeah, just
take away.
cross-mapping.
Yeah.
Honestly, it doesn't feel like this is all that bad for DCG.
No, it's
You kind of
perfectly
like
fine.
playing on the side of Renekton either way. Yeah, the Keenan's going to make it a little bit more annoying just by virtue of being ranged. Exhaust out early here. Char not going to get stunned up by that Winter's Bite passive, and so...
Yeah, West Point spot lane trying to trade very hard because they have their jungler splitting the map on their side.
Nice ward here. Does make it so the dive possibility is realized. DCG are going to come and try and weed Kongyue away.
Still level 1 on DCG bot lane.
Yeah, should just be a couple of these minions though, and should tick over. There we are. Should feel completely fine now. Is Char going to take a substantial amount of damage? Press the attack does get procced.
Yeah, you have to be really careful against a bot lane like Ashe, Braum. If you're out of position ever, you're just, there is no escape.
Ryu having a very good trade for himself as Taco gets a little bit over aggressive. But Doran Shield, second wind most likely as a secondary. I didn't actually catch it at the start of the game, but should feel completely fine. Cascada, constant push here in the middle lane, and as you said, going to be able to use that Relentless Pursuit to dodge out of the Corki.
Yeah, should be sitting pretty. I think Corki's a lot more useful than Lucian. As you said, without the Nami, Lucian's going to struggle to do the same amount of damage Corki will do, just right-clicking.
Yeah, also just has less mobility by virtue of both those champs speeding you up, and
yeah.
Obviously there's not really a whole lot that Cascada can proc his passive off in this game. So does lose out on a lot of the magic damage we often see coming through from Lucians these days.
Yeah, a lot of those changes to Lucian were intended to stop him, to take him out of solo lane.
Yeah. And there was like sometimes niches he could fill, like you can pick him into Tristana. Once again, similar to Corki, your Q outranges. And so you can just slowly whittle your lane opponent down, and it does get quite annoying. If Tristana goes aggressive, can dodge out. Similar to the Corki matchup is 1-6. Definitely coming off the better.
Yeah, you can't dash into trade as Cascada. You'll always get hit by the Corki Q.
Possibly looking for a recall soon, so maybe not too bad. As nice little Q there from Orca, but Wolvie's completely safe. So is everyone.
Yeah, lane's looking pretty even. West Point pulling ahead in CS in a couple of lanes, but nothing really impactful yet. As gold is dead even.
Oh, getting aggressive on the bot side here. 6-5 in the area. Char might have to flash. Does get their passive off, but unfortunately, just as the original passive fades away.
Yeah, they don't
Char
get much damage
going
onto
back.
Char. This is a difficult dive still.
Arcane Shift should be available for Lil V. Not much mana, but should be enough for at least one. And so, I mean, Israel, not the easiest champ in the game to dive.
Yeah, I think the problem was just not getting any damage onto Char. He flashed nice and early there, kept his HP full, so level 4 Diana doesn't want anything to do with a dive on the spot lane of West Point.
Oh, Taco, he's looking for a ward. Flash is going to be answered up on the top side. So
gank avoided. Flashes, jungle flashes traded and support flashes traded.
yeah. This Dragon early on here, even before the spawn of Void Grubs, so 665 can look for a recall, head to the top side, and possibly look to contest those if he so chooses, but doesn't seem like he's all that interested. Although Kongyue is just on his bot side now, so there's a chance that that was just a completely uncontested, untraded. Well, I guess you got Taku's flash, but still.
Yeah, for his own flash.
Yeah, I mean,
it just seems like a dragon for DCG.
we take those if you're...
Who are on a
DCG
timer,
spoiler.
they need to stack up these dragons, because I think West Point's comp completely outscales. Braum is very good this game, but yeah, West Point look too strong late game. No first blood yet. We're used to a little more violence in DCG games, to be honest.
Kind of slacking. Definitely going to be lowering the average of their first blood timer.
Ooh. Feng.
Narrowly dodging that Zenith Blade, yeah.
Yeah, very close. And honestly, expect 665 to just get more active once he's level 6. Kongyue is level 6 now, so Diana shouldn't be too far off. Trades look to have started going 1-on-1-6's way, who
Yeah, has his little boots there.
And I think going even in this lane is probably winning, considering the Lucian is just a lane counter. It's not like it was picked for comp.
Which is unusual for Cascada.
I wonder,
Oftentimes he counterpicks himself for fun.
Yeah, I wonder why he didn't just go for the Yasuo.
Well, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But what I can say is that he is just constantly having priority mid.
Yeah.
Which is allowing 665 to do things like pick up the dragon followed by the Void Grubs. And so while he is kind of losing out on these trades, I think a lot of his abilities are actually being used on the minion wave, which is probably showing why he'd lose the trades, right? Like if you're using your Q on a minion wave, then it becomes a lot easier for 116 to look for those trades back, and he has been doing so as a very talented mid laner in his own right.
Yeah, 665 stealing away these Krugs with the help of his top laner. Kongyue not able to get all that much done so far in this early game. No ganks and both objectives so far going to 665.
Yeah, only really finding the flash trade, whereas 665 managed to get Char's flash on the bot side, the dragon, as well as Void Grubs.
On what should be the weaker early game jungler, Diana.
Yeah, I think that's why the Lucian pick came out, right? Is because he's just pushing in his mid wave. He knows that Cascada can come, whereas 116 is kind of having to deal with these minions constantly at his tower. And sure, the Corki will scale harder later, but similarly, the Diana should scale a lot harder than the Viego does. So it's kind of a trade-off in many ways, and we'll see how the trade does turn out.
Bot lane is looking very dire for West Point. They need Kongyue down here ASAP. They might still get dive.
Oh my god, okay. Yeah, this might be doomed. Kongyue in the area, but okay, Q does miss here from 11665 as he does go on in, finds the first blood. Q will be dodged out. Nice flash from Ilvi, but the stun comes through. 665 is going to get stopped up by that Heartbreaker, and now it's Fing that's in trouble. Kongyue getting very aggressive. Actually finds the Blade of Ruin King there over the wall for the double kill turnaround. And we're seeing why Kongyue's feared on this Viego.
I think he was trying to predict Feng's flash there with his ulti over the wall. Picks him up with the Q instead, and yeah, that was a nice Viego moment there. Turns around. The fight, 665 tries to flash away, but he's still in range of the Viego ulti. We'll see. So this looks like a disaster for West Point. Kongyue is here, but once this arrow connects and both of the West Point bot laners are on a sliver, I think just a bit impatient from 665 here, maybe. He was worried about them leaving. Doesn't quite get the kill onto Little V here. Amazing flash. And just wastes his flash here, 665.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes life harder for his ADC a little bit. Yeah, I think that was an attempted flash predict. So Kongyue trying to do him dirty.
Hits him with the fadeaway anyway. And now has Kraken Slayer.
Yeah. Yeah. Very accelerated now on the Viego. Ahead gold of everyone on the map. And should be enough to get his team this dragon. He doesn't have ulti on the Viego.
Yeah, it's starting it up. Cascada recalling, no teleport available, so likely is just going to be this dragon given on over. 65 nowhere to be seen on the map either, as he did recall likewise. So it is now the dragon given to West Point, and I think very winning position now for them.
Yeah, kills it very quickly with the Kraken Slayer already on the Viego. Let's see what damage he can do this game. He doesn't have a whole lot of lockdown unless he's got Char 9 with him. And I remember Char 9 being quite good in the past on Leona.
Yeah, he's just good.
Especially out of lane. So I'm excited to see now that he's gotten himself out of lane. He's running down mid lane for now. We'll see what he gets up to.
I hope he's not running it down mid lane.
There is no cleanse on the solution.
Yeah, it is very hard to realistically land anything on him if his E is up and available.
And DCG are grouping the fight.
All right, time to fight. We got the DCG 5v5s coming up.
Taco
Teleport available for Taco down the bot side though, if he wants to use it, but it is Ryu who's going to be first here. DCG slowly walking in. It's a culling to start off. Char getting chunked out a little bit. As 665 lands the Q, is going to force out that Valkyrie from the Corki. 665 is going to come in. Ryu with a massive Magnetic Storm. Gets very, very low, but it's Taco in the middle of everyone. Kongyue not able to get that reset through. Did pick up the kill, however. It is a 1 for 2 in favor of West Point with Taco coming in, playing a massive divergence despite the fantastic storm coming out of Ryu.
Yeah, I cannot believe that fight went so poorly for West Point. Just being a 1-for-1, considering, watch this cannon ult, the big blast cone into the middle of the enemy team.
Huge.
He doesn't even commit flash here.
Double flashes out of both carries as well.
Yeah. I think he gets a cleanse out of someone too. No, that was yeah, he does get a cleanse out of someone.
But it is DCG, who despite that slicing Maelstrom and the damage that came out of that cannon subsequently, who wins the fight. Returning to lane though, Ryu does try and get away. The flash though, the color of the meek, and it's 665 who picks himself up yet another.
Yeah, Ryu just found on his own in the top lane.
That's walking back to lane.
Yeah, that's just the entire top lane tower gone now.
Hold up the bot side though. Kongyue not going to be able to connect there on that route, but Char9's here, does land the Zenith Blade. Kriskata feeling quite safe about himself. Up goes the door, stand behind Braum, and Orca makes his way out.
Yeah, not quite enough damage to take down the Braum yet. No first item completed on the Corki. It looks like Leandri's cannon.
Yeah, maybe Riftmaker.
Yeah, interesting when you're full AP to go for a tankier build.
Well, I think it's probably going to be Leandri's, and I mean it is going to feel nice. 665 going to have a lot of health. Taco's going to have a lot of health. Braum as well. So just landing those Qs. Ultimately, there shouldn't be much magic resist being built against him. Those Mercury treads we see in the inventory of Taco likely to be about it for a long while.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the alternative would be. I guess Rocket Belt.
Yeah, Rocket Belt, but then you feel very Glass Cannon, and
yeah,
there's a lot of return damage that can come down onto you.
Yeah, Kongyue is going to kill this very quickly if DCG don't respond, but it looks like they are here.
We are aware. 4k HP, and through comes that enchanted crystal arrow. 116, no time to do anything. Slicing Maelstrom's good, but not good enough, as it is going to be Ryu going down. Another kill there onto Kongyue as Kriskata picks himself up a double, and DCG picked himself up a Herald.
Yeah, and the fights seem a little too easy for DCG.
Yeah, these guys are insane.
The cannon ults are landing.
That is the slow, and Orca is just randomly ganking from the Raptor pit, and Lil V unfortunately out of position and out of time.
Yeah, hard to feel out of position there if you're Little V, but there is somehow a Braum behind your tower.
Gets the double crash, so high value as well because of that death coming through.
Yeah, what's crazy to me is these cannon ults are just landing.
Yeah, they're massive, but
they're just being ignored by DCG. They win the fight anyway. Nice arrow
They
from
do
Fang.
just get to kill a Corki for completely free.
Yeah. Start the fight.
And Lil V not there, so...
I mean, it was only onto 665 and Orca on the Braum.
I think Kongyue may have needed to ult over that wall and, like, while the Diana's stunned and maybe get that reset. Fight might look a lot different, but Kriskata ultimately doing the most damage there is... It was just a nice start from that fight from Feng, so... Lil V not in the area, and the other damage in 116 stunned up for the duration.
Orca slides in and last hits the tower. DCG feel like they can kind of do anything on the map right now. I agree.
Yeah, the game's kind of feeling like we're on record pace here.
Yeah.
Now 116 going to get himself a nice tower shut down. It's going to feel good. Should mean he gets his Trinity Force. So Israel and Corki will be both spiking now, but they really need to get in with at least an item.
Yeah, DCG not in a rush to take this dragon.
Yeah, it don't need to be. This game doesn't feel like it's ever going to Soul for either team. Honestly, it feels like the Soul is the only lose con for DCG as things stand, as they are up 5k HP, and I mean gold even as Culling comes through. Nice chunk on everyone. 6-5 actually going on in. Does Rockabout out, but here comes a stun. It is the Heartbreaker used from Kongyue's one shot, and Char9 likewise gets completely destroyed there for his jungler's sin. Bot lane inner completely taken as well.
DCG pulled the trigger so well.
How are you supposed to team fight against a team that does nothing but team fight?
Yeah. And
these guys have the most reps for sure.
Yeah, you see it when they all go at the same time, and everyone understands their role. You know, Ashe keeps hitting the tower while the front line tries to engage and lock someone down.
Yeah, the thing is, their front line is just one-shotting people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Ashe throws out an arrow, finishes a tower so no one gets taken out by it, and Renekton's just one-shotting Leona. So, 116, Cascada are in a bit of a scuffle. Nice return damage there from 116. Very, very competent at the Corki. But Cascada goes forward, flashes, but too late, shot down. And that's some really important gold here. 4 members now converging onto 65, even committing a teleport. 65, no way he's ever getting out of this. Actually goes forward, he's looking for a return kill and will not find it. And Ryu rewarded for his teleport, but possibly didn't want to lose that summoner if I was West Point.
Yeah, 665 actually gets a lot of damage back out, but all for naught. I think Taco's going to be able to maybe get this tower.
Yeah, recalls did come through. Ryu not quite in the area. Orca here to support this big croc. And Taco known for his big croc.
Yeah, there is a Braum here. Can anyone come? And an Ashe. Yeah, this tower's just gone. So DCG cross-map the tier 2, which is the equivalent of about 2 kills, so...
Well, those were 2 kills with shutdown, so
yeah.
it was West Point winning out for sure.
And here we're seeing why people pick Corki and don't pick Lucian. Not on his own anyway.
Oh, it actually flashed just on the edge of that phosphorus bomb.
Yeah, items were not a massive disparity or anything. Corki's only just picked up this BF sword now.
Yeah. Huge spike, though, now for 116. Well, not yet, but does...
Yeah, once he gets IE...
accelerate him towards that IE.
And every item for the next couple items does just feel like a huge spike. IE is a massive spike. Rapid Fire is a massive spike. BT or whatever you go for after. LDR. Pretty much everything just feels like you're getting much stronger.
DCG aren't strangers to randomly giving over a couple shutdowns, so I'm sure they've been in this position many times before. As they did manage to get the dragon, and as well as that top tower. So it wasn't all for nothing, but certainly an unnecessary mistake.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to give up, some kills on your way out like that.
All is still okay, though. They still are sporting a near on 7,000 gold lead. So.
Yeah, most importantly, the gold lead is growing, right? You get a gold lead and you just keep building it up. On average, you're making positive plays. Doesn't have to be, pretty. Just get the job done. 30 seconds on Baron. Both teams extremely fast Baron. Bit of a trend this split so far.
I think that's just what happens when you start to get carry junglers, right?
Yeah, carry junglers and no more lethality.
Also, yeah, the only time we've really seen slow Barons is when it's like Senna or Jhin.
Yeah. So looks like DCG are kind of happy just controlling vision for now. They're prioritizing around the Baron pit, but it's kind of spread out everywhere. West Point really only a pocket vision in the bottom right quadrant.
Yeah, Baron is live. I think DCG should probably look towards it in the near future because West Point, they have long-ranged sort of minion damage through those Ezreal Qs and Corki, but if you have Baron, it's not going to do any damage, and you should just be able to sort of walk up to these towers behind a Braum and feel okay with auto-attacking them. But before the Baron's taken, it does feel a little bit difficult. Not really the best dive on their team, especially through towers.
DCG just hitting the Baron.
Yeah,
goes down
in
very
the area,
quick.
it might come down to just an attempt at a steal here as Pinkwood goes over, 6k HP, immediately taken out though by DCG. Teleport coming in now, 116. Taco not going to be able to follow or find him. It is a nice Glacial Fissure in the flash. It's 116 answering back, but Char getting stunned up by it. A lot of cooldowns being used. Slow from Feng. Flash forward. Winter's Bite connects. Ryu going to have to flash away as well. But in goes Taco and in goes 665. The front line decimating West Point as Lil V flashes away. Feng going to be able to get that passive stun through. Steric Shield as well for DCG means the 3 for 0 in favor of this extremely aggressive West Point side.
Yeah, DCG just slow them down and chase them through the jungle. Not able to even kill them till they get to about their tier 3. No hard engage really on the side of DCG. They just had to chase them with a flash Braum Q.
Yeah, all 5 members. No flash now for DCG.
Yeah.
Cascada almost getting his back. Lil V and Kongyue not using theirs.
They get the Baron off of it though, so it's going to be worth every flash they use.
Yep, for sure. Going to have 3 minutes of hitting towers.
Yeah, it's just these Braum Qs. And here, 116 TP's in out of mana and has to flash an Ashe ulti. maybe better spot to TP there. And then, yeah, this is just such a slow and painful chase down. DCG eventually commit enough flashes to get them. Nice flash here from Feng to pick off Little V as well. Essentially guarantees the Baron, and now third Dragon is stolen away by West Point.
Yeah, West Point going to get that. I don't think DCG should care. Just start pushing down mid. It is just 2-2 in Dragons. There will be no soul this game unless something goes horribly wrong for DCG.
Yeah, just too much gold in the pockets of DCG now.
Yep. Cascada pushing out that top side. The rest of the team working on the bottom, and Lil V is going to struggle to deal with these minions, although 116 being here and not having synced minion waves means they are able to clear out at least one.
Never feels good when you're Ezreal and the enemy team has Baron before your power spike.
Yeah. Oh, that is a solar eclipse going wide. Big cooldown. It's going to be pretty tough to find any counterplay to this push now, as Taco finding a good trade onto Kongyue.
It's a level 15 Renekton. Taco is
he's a big croc.
Strong.
Should be this mid lane tower, although maybe not this wave. Is half HP. Top side being pushed in by these dual AD carries, so immediate response. Another thing I guess we should touch on is that you can see a noticeable difference on hold up as Char knocked up Glacial Fidget, Culling, and 65 who once again claims that for himself.
Easy as that.
I was going to say, the top three teams, and Frank and CFO and whatnot, are generally better at syncing the minion waves, but if you're DCG, you don't care, you just go forward. As we're seeing again, Zonya's coming through. Ryu does use that slicing Maelstrom, does get away on 1 HP, but a Kennen with no ult is barely a Kennen at all, as mid lane inhib now gonna fall next. Lil V quite low on mana, half HP, teleport coming through. This is going to be Cascada returning to the fray. Topped up on health, Xenoblade connects to the 4v5 though, as Char, you are in no man's land now. Is being taken out. All 5 members now here for West Point as Taco very, very low. Ignite ticking, not going to take him out. However, Kongyue going forward, does have ult if he can find a reset onto a big ticket member of DCG. It could be the only way back, but it's Feng just focusing down these turrets. Kongyue looks for one, does get it. He is now the Diana, has reset on his ultimate, but flash forward from everyone on DCG. 116, 1 HP. The passive from Lucian might do it. Kongyue's trying to find something though. Reset number 2, everyone's low. What can Kongyue do? Another kill and another one. West Point have put up a defense and saved their Nexus.
Somehow Kongyue picks up 3 resets and defends the Nexus. Only the Nexus really left up. They didn't get super minions, super minions, with the triple inhibs yet for DCG. So it's not completely over. West Point can win. But it's going to take picking up some of these objectives. They don't have to worry about Baron for 2 minutes a bit. This might have been a big throw from DCG.
Yeah, 65 just by himself out of the back. Kongyue managed to pick him off. And
Kongyue so patiently waited for that pick as well. And when he gets it, he makes it pay off. Massively.
Flashed and accidentally autoed the tower, which made him out of range of 116 and couldn't get the passive.
Oh, that is ugly. 116 picked up a bunch of shutdowns in that fight too, so 3 items now on this Corki.
And
did
9k damage.
Yeah, 9,000 damage, wow.
116, fantastic player. Right to the end of this game is putting up fantastic numbers and doing his job. He's now 3-1, 3 items on the Corki. If West Point are going to do it, it's going to be between their mid lane and their jungler. These two have had experience playing on each other's teams before.
Yeah, and honestly impressive that 116 is just keeping up in XP. He's actually the highest level in the game somehow without a Baron. And he's just keeping up in items ahead of most of the enemy team when they are this far behind on West Point.
Taco a lot tankier now though. 380 carries and he has a Randuin's. It's going to be very hard to get through this Renekton's health.
Yeah,
as long as Taco's not egregiously out of position.
Yeah, especially if the Braum is protecting him at all.
Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's not going to connect, so bit of time there. Xenoblade only just missing. Feng going to be able to get out of that. Flash forward, but no stun found. It's going to be on to 65 eventually, and Taco's in the middle of 4. And Taco's tanking up 4. One hiccup in this game, but it's DCG who will eventually take them out.
Yeah, Taco just engages with his flash. Kind of a counter engage onto Cha there at the end, who sloppy engage on his part.
Flash and kind of walked in a circle.
Yeah, flash into not quite in Q range.
It was always going to be difficult. They found that one team fight win prior to the end of the game, and a bit of hope. Yes, maybe 116 can do it, but you're facing down no Nexus Towers, 2 inhibs already taken out, and a very beefy Renekton. It's always going to be near on impossible. You're going to have to make literally 0 mistakes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it was just too much of a task. It's so hard. No flash available for him on the Corki as well.
Where did it all go so wrong for West Point that game? It was just the skirmishes, I think, because the laning was fine.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was just the early game, right? The Lucian, while losing a lot of the trades in the mid lane, did have priority the entirety of that game.
Yeah.
Yes, there was an invade coming in level 1. Kongwei got to choose what side of the map he wanted to play on, and it was the bot side. But 6-5 ends up getting the Dragon, gets the Void Grubs. They fight for the second Void Grubs, win that fight. And from there, it's just kind of snowballed out of control. There was a big fight from Ryu. He got like a 4-5-man slicing Maelstrom, but...
Yeah, and those were the fights they were losing. Those were the first couple fights they lost early.
Yeah, that was the one around...
They're landing the cannon ults.
Was it Rift Shield? I think it was around Rift Shield. Or no, the Rift Shield one was, again, Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands on 116, just completely eliminated from the fight. And it's like, you're kind of not going to win that fight anymore, despite how big your cannon could possibly go. And he also just wasn't at an item yet.
Yeah.
He had the components for Leandries and no items, so...
My 2 takeaways from this game are both related to pick ban, and they are Lucian and Cannon. Both these champs just seem kind of terrible.
I mean, the Lucian didn't do a whole lot on team. He was actually putting out some damage in those fights. And also, he did just go against the Corki and maintain lane priority the entirety of the lane.
Yeah, but once the Corki just used items so much better.
Right, but I think the point isn't really the Lucian using the items. It's he got the priority throughout the game, and we saw how big 665 became. Yeah. He allowed this Diana to get through the early game, pretty much single-handedly.
Yeah, and then 665 carried. Yeah, I see it, but yeah, I think there has to be a better option than Lucian if you are insisting on priority, whether it has to be like a Galio or a Taliyah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't think it's Galio or Taliyah. It's probably Tristana, but we've seen
Tristana was
variety to the game. Yeah, and that's why I think it's probably just the Lucian, because if they planned on going Diana the whole time, the other one, you could go Yasuo, but you're never going to have the lane priority against the Corki as the Yasuo. So
yeah,
it's going to be hard for you to find another AD mid, because you're not going to want an AP with an AP.
Yeah, with
and so
AP
it pretty much
jungler,
just leaves only Lucian. I feel like what else? Off ball, like maybe something like a Kalista, but I don't think Kalista's winning trades against Corki despite the strength of that champ.
Yeah, Corki is just in a ridiculous state as a laner right now. The Kennen, on the other hand, I think if you're landing the 4-man Kennen ults and it's not winning you early skirmishes, probably just can't pick it.
That felt weird, right? Because that was the answer to Renekton. And traditionally, Kennen does fairly well into the melee champs, but when it's champs like specifically Renekton and Aurelia, I feel it doesn't do so well, because you just get Merc Treads and the stuns no longer matter. And you can kind of just dash, double dash on the Renekton, similar to Aurelia, just dashes to a minion and then gets on top of you. Yeah. It's very hard for you to actually play your range when you are Kennen against these champs with multiple dashes. And so it did feel like a bit of a weird counterpick to the Renekton. I understand it because they, didn't want to pick an AP jungler, and honestly, fair enough. Kongwei having a very good game for himself on this Viego, but yeah, just like here, we're going to see it. Massive ult out of him, and just doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, and I wonder what happens to all the possible follow-up here. 116 is completely out of mana in this fight, which doesn't help.
Even the Zenith onto Fang, I mean the
Ezreal ulti,
flare.
The Ezreal ulti blocked by Orca as well, and he crawls out on 1 HP, gets Kongwei's flash.
I mean, it's possible if Kongwei gets that reset, that looks a little different, but probably not, as it was Lucian doing the most damage.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, we saw the damage. He was getting a triple kill nearly every fight. It was just... It's harder to notice when Lucian does damage, because it's sort of not coming out as an 800 damage, true damage crit like Corki's does.
Yeah, true.
But I think the Lucian pick is completely fine. I think it's very niche.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're going to be a lot of angles for it, but if you're planning on picking a champ like Diana that struggles in the early game, needs priority in her lanes to be able to actually function, Lucian into Corki does that. I mean, the Renekton had priority in his lane the majority of the time, and obviously Ashe Braum went relatively even. It was kind of in the middle of the lane a lot of the time up against the Ezreal lane.
Yeah,
we saw sometimes 1 HP on both the bot lane, which is kind of how the game started.
Yeah, I think DCG did get the better slightly of West Point's bot lane in the laning phase anyway. Just they were getting cryo, and occasionally they had them in a pinch. and that dive that didn't quite work out probably should have worked out.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, the Q was kind of like 1 pixel off hitting Lil V at the very start.
Yeah.
And the 65 commits anyway. The next Q was flashed away from, and the flash sort of still in range of the Viego. I mean, you're dying either way. Maybe you just don't use flash.
Yeah, definitely not.
It might save Fing because that means Viego's further away from him. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Bot lane, 90% KP for DCG.
Yeah, and Kongyue, I mean, no surprise, having 90% for himself was kind of the
shining light.
Yeah.
116 was very farmed and very strong, but we never got to see him really do anything in team fights.
Yeah, except that last one that they won. Well, that's a clean wipe here for DCG. Frescata once again rearing his head here. And Taco on the Renekton. I think, to no surprise of anyone, taking the most damage that game.
Yeah.
He was flashing forward to W people.
Yeah, he just flashed into 4 or 5 in that last fight to engage.
Gets his Sterix popped and just waddles on out. He is a very good Renekton player.
Yeah, what is with DCG and these weird engages? Flash Stride Breaker.
Yeah.
On Renekton.
Yeah,
was
the Flash
engage.
Wall of Pain was last week's.
Flash Karthus, W's.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they know their limits. You can't fault them when they're winning off it, can you?
I didn't really think about the MVP, but I don't mind 665 getting it.
I think I would have liked Taco, I think. I think Taco didn't have any mistakes, whereas 665, there were times where you kind of had to question it. And a lot of his engages were literally off the back of Taco just flash stride breakering.
Yeah, he was massive in these fights. He was just very difficult to deal with. Super tanky, did a bunch of damage.
Yeah, and that's going to happen when you've picked 3 80 carries.
Yeah.
And you're against a Renekton who's built around
And the 380 Cs is so weird when how early Braum was picked.
Yeah, yeah.
On the side of DCG.
I mean, it's 280 carries, right? And then the Kinnon's range, but then the Viego sort of building crit, building into that damage.
Yeah.
It's kind of, well, it's pretty easy to itemize then because the Kinnon's... The Renekton doesn't care about the Kinnon damage. The Sterix does enough to deal with that. And then you just build armor. You did 3rd item randomins and... Very well played. I am so surprised that Glacial Fissure did not hit 116, by the way. I saw it at the time, and he like glides over it and doesn't get affected by it at all.
Yeah, he's flying in a plane.
Okay, look, here's a Taco engage. Ease, just ease to get slightly closer. Flash stride breaker W.
Yeah, nice follow-up from 665 too. And there is just no damage coming back. There is a Corki outside of the CC chain, but he does not kill Taco. Look at that shield as well.
Yeah.
Does not kill Taco nearly quickly enough.
When you're pretty much all 1 damage type, it becomes very difficult to kill Bruisers. Bruisers kind of become absolute mega tanks when you've almost entirely specced into 1 damage type. And that's kind of what we saw this game. They had a Kennen, and also pretty decent game out of Ryu, all things considered. Every time he
I
ulted...
just think his champ wasn't very good.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it was the right time to be a Kennen. I think in that game, you might have even preferred having a Gwen. Just who cares about the big ults? Gwen's actually going to do a lot of damage. It's going to force some magic resist.
Yeah. We've seen that a couple times where it's a tank into AP, and the lane just goes well enough for the tank that they can just build armor. Yeah, but we saw it against West Point, in fact. It was Frank Jiang just literally not building any MR against a Nidalee and a Gragas and just taking over a game. And that often can happen. It's just when you're too forced into one sort of damage type, it becomes very difficult to get across the line. And we saw it here, and I think West Point, though, especially looking at 116, and honestly how Lil V sort of played the early game, there is still a lot of hope. Kongyue in the team fights as well, incredible performance. Yeah, they're looking sharp.
They are, and I think just a better draft, and I think it's going to look better in game number 2. But speaking of game number 2, quick break. When we're back, we'll see if they can bring it back for their first series win.
华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette.
It's personal, Saturdays
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1, an absolute shellacking. DCG really taking it to West Point, but glimmers of hope. Kongyue and 116, I think, ultimately had a lot of moments in that game where they were, despite the gold deficit, really showing what they're made of. And I think looking towards game number 2, once again, having those two be the focal points of your draft probably are ideal. Maybe we want to get some AP in one of them, though, because it didn't feel like the Kennen really had much gusto in that game.
Yeah, I think with blue side now for West Point, it'll be a little different draft. Won't be the first pick Ash for DCG. They'll have to, and DCG actually chose blue side.
West Point.
I mean, first game.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, yeah, I never thought of that.
Yeah, we didn't even realize at the time. But yeah, that's a switch up for them.
They have had a couple, they have had
They did it against
games.
CFO too.
Yeah. And then again later on, they did a red side against whoever they versed last week.
Yeah.
So it's been back and forward for their side selection, which is not the same as last split, where they were just consistently, if they had side selection, boom, red side. So it's good. It's good to see them sort of changing it up a little bit and having success doing so.
You never know what to expect.
Yeah, there is no predicting this team. For a second there, when it took like 5-10 seconds for them to swap out the Ashe and Lucian,
yeah, I
legitimately thought it was Ashe going mid. I was like, well, this is taking too long, and somehow we've actually just been debated, but maybe it's
someone plays that in Oceanic solo queue. Ashe mid. I can't remember who's playing that.
Yeah,
it's about as good as you'd expect.
All right, Twisted Fate still receiving bans despite the nerf, and Tristana likewise.
Yeah, Karthus banned away. Guess it feels like you maybe have to ban TF on blue side, otherwise it's very easy to pick last on red side or pick and then ban away.
Yeah, it feels like the passive nerf doesn't really matter, right? You get a little bit less gold, but well, the gold was insane, yeah.
Yeah, the gold was insane. It was just
he wins every trade.
Yeah, he wins every trade. He gets a rapid fire cannon and gives you number advantage all over the map. West Point banning Ashe, so they don't want to first pick it themselves. Currently, Skarner is available. And you know Taco's going to be willing to play Mordekaiser, so do they just leave it up?
Probably. We've seen Ryu play this matchup and not do so well in it.
Yeah. Will they lock in the Skarner? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so Taco's going to get his little hands on the Mordekaiser almost certainly. Should just be picked up now.
Yeah, you don't have to rush into it.
No, but I mean, you may as well, right? It hides other things from the draft, and ultimately...
I don't hate just sending Nautilus here.
Yeah. Yeah.
You do just have to pick the Mordekaiser next if you want it.
Well, let's slow down. You know, there is still a way that this Nautilus is not support, and we're going to fit a way into this draft somehow.
Yeah, true.
If there's a will, there's a way, and I tell you what, DCG always have the will.
Yeah, they'll find the backdoor flex.
A couple Smolder hovers there. It is a champ that we often saw picked despite center being up and to varying results.
Yeah.
But by the end of last split, it did tend to be that Smolder just couldn't really keep up with the pressure output that center of just honestly roaming around the map had.
Yeah, received too many nerfs, I think. The Smolder isn't the win condition timer that he used to be.
Yeah.
No Samira. No Samira today, unfortunately.
So opting into the Zeri into Nautilus. Nautilus often picked... Oh my, we've left Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser has to be banned now by West Point, right?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Ban Mordekaiser, Vayne, something along those lines. And just ensure your Skarner's going to have a good time up in the top lane.
I mean, what else do you ban? Mid laners, you can't. Cascada will just pick something random.
Yeah.
There's no way you go into this stage of the phase against DCG and are like, okay, well, Cascada's probably going to play this. There's actually no world where that is what you can think.
Yeah, you have no idea what Taco or Cascada are going to play right now if you're West Point.
Renekton, good ban. Maybe it's just Renekton Mord.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
I don't think Renekton does all that great against the Skarner, but it is just a champ Taco has succeeded on for multiple splits now.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking Renekton would be a necessary ban either against the Skarner, but yeah, I think for the reasons you've said. Makes a lot of sense. 2 jungle bans, 2
Yeah, getting
AD
rid of that
junglers.
Viego away from Kongyue makes sense.
Yeah, and Lee Sin, good counter into Nidalee. And there's the Mordekaiser ban as expected. Now DCG should probably just pick top lane here. Don't see any reason to give away their mid lane pick.
Okay, just going for this tank v tank. Tends to be that the lane does look nice for Skarner. Although last week we did see, I believe, Cassante solo killing the Skarner.
Yeah.
So be interested to see how this matchup goes for Ryu and Taco.
Neither of them should die.
That is the opinion as well.
And it's going to be Hui, the
All
blind
right.
pick of choice for
Yeah.
1116.
Taking that one away from Orca.
Yeah, he's also a very good Hui in his own right.
He is. He is probably the best way we have.
Yeah, he was definitely the first guy to pick up the Hui.
That's not being picked.
Nope, not when we need a jungler, I don't think.
Is it? His
It is.
time is getting awfully low. Okay, there we go. Kindred.
Oh,
Okay, M4A1.
Kindred into Nidalee. Okay, and it is mid Ezreal. Locked in for Cascada.
This is, okay, that's wild. We have approximately 0 lockdown for the Nidalee in top and mid.
Yeah.
Cassante kind of, but both of his lockdowns actually move the opposing top laner.
So kind of a poke comp cooking
I
for
guess,
DCG
yeah.
with the Ezreal Nidalee.
I suppose.
Should match up well into Zeri Hui.
I don't know what to think. I'm not going to try and analyze.
There is a world where this Skarner is completely unkillable.
Yeah,
for
it does
DCG.
feel like it should be this world as well.
Yeah,
is
and
the
I think it
problem.
is this world because he's going to build armor. And then I guess Nidalee's going to try kill him. Doesn't sound very feasible to me.
No.
Yeah, I'm playing it out in my head.
It could
This
be
is-
in his real AP. You never know.
Is Skarner going to be equally unkillable? Nope, the enemy
Cassante?
team has mixed damage. Yes, Cassante, sorry.
No. No, Hui and Kindred are both
Hui
going to be
and
pretty
Zeri.
decent.
Yeah, they're going to be perfectly fine killing that guy. So that's a problem for DCG in this draft. They have to keep this Skarner down, because if this Skarner gets an advantage, yeah, he's going to be able to do whatever he wants.
Yeah. Not the easiest targets to ult for the Skarner.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of mobility coming through Nidalee, Israel. Senna should just never really be in range.
Yeah, until he starts sliding through walls.
Yeah, but you've got the Nautilus to stop that, surely. Even Cassante. I'm interested to see. I think West Point's draft is infinitely better, but
Yeah, I agree with you.
let's have a look. DCG, they always manage to.
First strike on the Senna.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Pressy Attack Israel, which is something we often see now.
Yeah.
Only really between that and Conqueror, but it's pretty hard for you to stack up Conqueror against literally, I mean, I guess there's 2 melees, but
Yeah, it
not in
doesn't
your
feel,
lane.
Conqueror doesn't feel as good in the mid lane.
Yeah. I think Pressy Attack is just better.
Yeah.
DCG invading are on a ward. The sweeper's not going to locate them, and I think with that, we should be well aware that they did walk past vision. Oh, Orca misses the ward still.
So we've doubted Cascada in the past. He counterpicked Hui, I remember, with Echo.
Oh, that's
Halo
right.
Blade's Echo, and
Yeah, just solo
destroyed
killed
him.
Yeah.
So I'll trust the Ezreal
For now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it a pass until we see how this lane actually goes. Okay, I trust him.
I
Somehow
mean, he's probably good
finds-
on an ADC.
Yeah, finds a criminal queue though.
Yeah, I do think it'll probably be a very uneventful middle lane.
Yeah, bit of farming. Oh, -1. Should be a pretty uneventful top lane too.
Yeah, with a lot of fighting, but probably not a whole lot happening. Grass procs exchanging.
Honestly, now that we pan to bot, should be a pretty uneventful bot lane as well.
Yeah, I would think so. Senna Nautilus, Leona Zeri.
Nidalee Kindred is volatile. That is where the volatility comes in this matchup. And
Yeah, and both have decided to clear up to top side, interestingly, considering the matchup in the top lane. I guess maybe both junglers are worried about this Skarner getting too big.
think you have to be.
Yeah.
As you pointed out, there's not really a way to kill him. Israel, once he starts getting items, will, but that's quite a few items away.
Yeah, if the Skarner's even with the Ezreal, just keeps up with the state of the game.
Who wins over Dragons? Probably DCG, I imagine. DCG skirmish bot side's probably stronger.
Yeah, Ezreal Nidalee seems very strong.
Yeah, not a lot of lockdown, but with the Nautilus there, you can.
Yeah, Nautilus should be enough for Nidalee to land her spheres.
Oh, as I said, a bit of volatility coming now as Zenith Blade connects onto Feng and even...
Oh. Nice trades.
Yeah.
Nice trades by West Point bot lane.
Unfortunately, though, Senna isn't all that low because a couple of Qs later,
yeah, she's
going to
back.
feel good. As you already see, pretty much back to 2/3 HP.
Skada doing very well in terms of mana in the mid lane and CS.
Yeah, I wonder if there was just some unforced CS miss from 116.
Yeah, I think it's just good CSing from Krskada and some errors.
Kongyue won the 50-50.
Yeah, got the mark on his crab. Chan caught recalling, it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, no world he goes down, but it is a bit of first strike gold. And
yeah, Senna can't really kill a tank at this point in the game.
65 here. There is flash available everywhere. Lil V isn't going to be under all that much threat, but does take a nice chunk of damage as he just returns to lane, even losing a lot of mana.
Yeah, Kongyue is on his way bot though, so this dive shouldn't really work out for DCG.
Oh yeah, there's no way you go for the dive. Not for Senna.
And he will happily find that his Krugs are still there for him.
Been farming up a lot of gold though with his first strike.
Now it's mid lane that might be in trouble.
Flash available, no teleport though.
Wow.
Nice
Nerves of
sidesteps.
steel from 116. Barely dodges both Qs. And yeah, that's kind of a Nidalee gank in this game, right? Not all that much setup for her.
Yeah,
So.
if you land a Q, we've done it. Chances are you won't.
Yeah, not against these guys. Ryu, pretty low on mana, but so is Taco, so should be fine. Neither jungler really looking up here. Kind of what I expected.
Yeah, just got to make sure not to die, really, does Taco.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a good chunk of this game, it is going to be pretty hard to kill the Cassante. And I think it should be noted as well that Cassante will just do more damage in the team fights than Skarner. Obviously, Cassante...
Especially single target.
Yeah, not as tanky. Especially once you use it all out, you lose a lot of your resistance in exchange for damage. But if he ever finds his way onto 116, onto Kongyue even, there's a realistic
nice
chance to get
snare.
the kill. Nice flash stun, and Feng is 1 HP. Does land the root, but is going to go down as Kongyue on this Kindred, picking himself up as first blood for the side of West Point.
Yeah, it was the EW from 1116 that actually sets up that kill. Caught Feng off guard. Kongyue is going to walk into this Nidalee for a sec to find that the crab is already taken.
True shot barrage does hit and flash forward. 116 going to have to use his as well. And Char standing in front of his way to try and block for Krskada. Almost.
Yeah. Ends up mid laners trading their flashes. And did Cha have to flash away there? I don't think so.
Possibly not, but I
no,
mean,
he flashed in. He flashed in to kill.
Oh, he did, yeah.
DCG going to pick up the grubs, but West Point in a much better state this game than the previous game.
Yep. Up 500 gold, first blood to their Kindred, which may be even the best champion to have it on.
Yeah.
I didn't see if he had a mark on Feng or not, but...
I doubt it. He's probably just got Nidalee marked. Yeah, Nidalee so far not up to much this game. Threatened to dive bot lane.
Yeah, it's a really strange Nidalee pick, considering your complete lack of lockdown. Like Feng landing a snare or Nautilus, but...
Yeah, all your lanes are pretty happy to just sit around and scale, which is frustrating for Nidalee, who needs to fight early on.
Yeah, blue buff started here from Kongyue and should be pretty easy to pick up as 65 still in his base.
Yeah, that won't be his mark, it doesn't look like. So still on 2 marks, I believe. Might even just be the 1 mark on the Kindred.
Yeah, I'd like to get a hover.
Yeah, we've got the Dragon though. And yeah, much better start from West Point. They should honestly be in good shape to
there's
just
one
win.
mark. You can see it where the keystone usually is.
Oh yeah, they have them for us. Okay.
Center on 23 stacks. Kongwei flashing forward, looking for the kill on Crosgada. Spiring Despair not going to connect, but it is a trade.
Wow, it doesn't
Not
get the
using
Kindred.
that Kindred ult. Does get a stack for his troubles, though, as aggression in the bot lane. Through comes that depth charge onto Lilvi, who's trying to find the damage. Misses out on that Q. Orca still going aggressively. It's Feng finding the damage. Spear will not connect, as Orca not going to connect either with that Nautilus Q, and it should just be the play somewhat fizzling out.
Yeah.
Flashes used on both the supports there, although I don't think Char actually used his. So
Yeah, 665 there to protect his bot lane. It could have gone quite poorly otherwise. Lilvi still had all his thumbs up and could have chased. Feng was only level 4 on the Senna at the start of this play. We're going to see the kill on Crosgada here. Nidalee has so much damage. Nice skill shots from 1116 landing as well. The ulti barely missing, and Kongwei not expecting so much damage to come out. Well played by Crosgada though.
yeah, did get himself a trade, which is about the best you could hope in that situation. Possibly a little over-aggressive with the way he went for that ward. Could have just gone around the long way. Wouldn't have really lost anything for doing so.
Char's going to soak up some XP mid and try get to level 6.
The Zenith Blade going backwards. Insta-respond with the thumbs up emote from Crosgada. Fast on the trigger there.
So the state of items, no one has finished their first item yet, it looks like.
Kongwei likely the closest.
Yeah, this is exactly the pace of the game you want if you are the Skarner. Who, if you get to 2 items at a relatively even pace with the rest of the map.
Yeah, it's kind of just good luck in esports, right? Pathmaker used and Flash. Going to be able to lock up Taco for a good long while. All out used as well. Flash actually available. Not going for
what
the
an
ghost.
escape.
Yeah, somehow makes his way out of there and is back to a quarter HP, so that was fun.
Oh, Crosgada on a sliver of HP, gets healed up by his jungler though. It's looking like he's considering staying. 1 QW from this way though will take him out, so he has to be very careful. Here's 665 as well.
All the spear. Fair available, nice timing, and maybe even a trade kill. Q does land, but not going to have the damage.
1116, maybe getting hit by the spear on purpose to bait it. Baits the E out of Crosgada too. Here's Kongwei, no flash
Yeah, no
though.
flash. Crosgada might be in a world of trouble. Seemingly isn't, at least for now, as stuns coming through onto Orca. Char, gonna have to flash away.
Yeah.
There's action everywhere, but no real results.
Yeah, 665 not able to get on the board still. Constantly ganking mid and bot. Meanwhile, the gank top works out. Well, actually, it doesn't work out, right? Insane escape from Taco. Get his flash.
It ends up being a flash for flash.
Yeah. Superhero play from Taco. Otherwise, this game is just slipping further from DCG.
Yeah, I didn't even think to look at Taco's
Summoner. You just assume it's Ghost, right?
Yeah, most of the time. There are certain matchups you go flash, and I guess this is one of them. Oh, Kongwei boss coding back on in as Char does arrive. Arcane Shift gets Crosgada back to safety, and 4v4 on the table. Here is teleport available. No, it's not actually from Orca. Taco and Ryu just battling it out of the top. Char very, very low as Taco goes forward with that Pathmaker.
Oh, look at
5
Crosgada.
misses, and the Spiring Despair not going to connect. Nidalee 1 HP is taken out from that boulder there from the Skarner, who goes forward. Another stun is going to land the ultimate as well, and things are falling apart for the DCG camp as West Point claim their 3rd and 4th kill. Now 4-1, 2k their advantage, and looking for their 3rd Void Grubs.
It's 665 and Taco that go down, but 1116, I was just enchanted watching him the entire team fight. He is so good on this way. He pretty much took Crosgada out of the fight on his own. And his usage of EW here, first off, zones the 2 carries of DCG. And then he's hitting 665 here over the wall, lands a root onto Crosgada, and yeah, he's out of the fight now on the Ezreal, lands the QW as well. And neither of these carries from DCG were hitting as massive fight in the bot lane.
Bot lane
just
looks like
wrapped up.
a 2v1. And Lil V comes out better off.
Oh, he won a 2v1. Yeah, that is what it looks like. Flash used by Feng as well. Both sums by Little V.
No ult use from Orca, possibly on cooldown, but...
Yeah, possibly out of mana.
Teleport, though, was committed from Ryu, and so Taco's getting some free time on that top side. Gets himself a plate. Iceborne Gauntlet also finished on the Cassante to the Sunfire Cape.
Yeah, and... Yeah, okay, so it's recalls here. And I guess they cancel their recalls. He sees them the whole time. And just face tanks the Senna. Even gets the ulti off in time.
Yeah,
on the Senna, but goes down. Yeah, wow, okay. Okay, Little V, I see you.
What a beast.
Kongyue stealing the second blue of the game. Kriskata now suffering in the middle lane.
Yeah, this Nidlee's in shambles as well. A really odd pick.
Yeah. I mean, Nidalee always looks odd when you lose and genius when you win.
No, I just mean, what is the point of it, this game?
Yeah, I guess you needed AP.
Yeah, but there's still Brand, Zyra, Lilia, all of which I think possibly do better.
Yeah.
Gives you some option to
a lot
kill
more
the
reliable.
The spear connecting there. It does a reasonable amount
reasonable
of damage.
chunk of damage.
But
nothing to scoff at, but unless he tanks a lot more of those, I think Ryu will be fine.
Yeah. Item advantage heavily in favor of West Point as things stand.
Yeah, finished items on everyone on West Point. They should be forcing hard anytime they can.
Yeah, Feng able to dodge out of those skill shots, but
yeah,
everything is always on a knife's edge when you're a Senna and you are behind.
Yeah, Orca does have TP coming up. It'll be a dream for West Point if DCG decide to contest this.
Yeah,
doesn't look like they will, though. Yeah. Nice discipline from DCG.
A rare sighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Kindred is extremely accelerated, as is honestly the Zeri.
Yeah, only lacking thing is maybe marks for this Kindred. Still just on 3.
Was that the 4th?
Maybe Rift Herald was the 4th. I wasn't... There's one on Gromp, so I don't think so.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
I don't think it starts marking major.
I think.
Yeah, you need a couple more.
So 3 is, I mean, still, in a competitive game, it's...
Yeah, he's fine. He's 3-1 on the Kindred as well. Doesn't hurt.
But man, it's feeling a bit dire here for the side of
Taco.
DCG as Taco's just getting
might have to flash.
One shot, yeah, does have to flash, and somehow 116 still connecting with that QE.
Yeah.
And another. This will be top tower going down. It is answered back, DCG. They actually get the first turret of the game, so some much needed gold for Kriskata.
Yeah, can they get... It doesn't look like they'll get a second charge, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like they will.
116 doesn't need to tank the tower.
There's real ult misses, and so that will be it.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll push for tower. They can actually kill this really quick.
Yeah, they do. They get it. That's a massive gold injection once again for West Point, who are very much in control of game number 2 here.
Yeah, they split it 3-way between their 3 carries as well. So this is a position we've seen West Point in all of last split, constantly with these leads, with good comps. Has the coaching from Kelvin and the veterans in 116 and Little V made the difference now. Yeah, Kongyue was there already.
What?
Was he not?
He was in Beyond.
Oh,
and then J-Team, and then left. As did most of J-Team.
Yeah, we'll see if the new heads on West Point make a difference now to them being able to close out games.
Yeah, and you saw the gold just pop up there, and it is just complete wipes.
Yeah, they're ahead in every lane. They're up 3k gold overall.
Yeah, except support.
And they have 2 dragons, so...
Orca somehow, with 150 CS, is higher in gold than the 30 CS Leona. Looks like Taco, though, might be able to pick himself up a tower. Ryu doesn't feel like he even needs to bother trying. It's just, whatever. Doesn't really matter.
Yep, just needs, I think, that 2-item breakpoint on the Skarner, and he's already unkillable.
Yeah, trying to get to that Fimble Winter as the tier nearly fully stacked. It is a slow and arduous process, but nearly there, and will just become that much stronger once it's finally done.
Leandri's going to be next up for 116. More popular than the Horizon Focus these days.
Yeah, I think for good reason.
Yeah, it seems like a very good item now.
Hey, maybe eating a spear or something? I'm not sure. A little bit low, but...
So I don't mind that West Point are kind of taking things slow now. I do think they outscale in this game. So they can just... And they've got 2 dragons, so there's no pressure on them. They can just sit around.
Yeah. They do have to be somewhat mindful of the center scaling up as well as perhaps Cascada on the Israel. But once again, what are those 2 doing to the Skarner? It feels like not a whole lot for a good while.
No, I don't think so either.
Maybe Israel at 4 items starts to get through some of that shielding and armor.
Yeah, Cascada does have 340 stacks on his tier, and he's about to get his Muramana Triforce, which is maybe the biggest spike in the game. At least 2 item spikes.
Yeah.
So he's going to be very strong.
I think you're
maybe
right.
Maybe they'll look for a dragon fight now.
Yeah,
on
well,
DCG.
I mean, you can't keep giving time to the Kindred Hui and Skarner, really. It doesn't feel like you have much option but to, unfortunately, but we'll see. It might take some mechanical prowess to navigate this mid-game for them.
Yeah, you will just have to outplay at this point if you're DCG. You know, you've got a Nidalee, so that was always really going to be the case.
Yeah, possibly the strangest Nidalee angle of all time.
Yeah.
0 lockdown, solo AP. I tell you, when I'm playing solo queue, if my team's solo AP is Nidalee, it's almost certainly best to just dodge that game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you'd be up a lot of LP following that rule.
Yeah, the -5 is usually better to cop than the -20. But, I mean, obviously 665, a very capable player, just... It's hard to see what he can do now, outside of just land spear after spear on a squishy.
Yeah, he just needs aimbot now on Nidalee. Maybe steal a dragon, a baron. Hard to be useful this game. Doesn't have like any super fed carries to buff up either.
Nidalee possibly one of the worst champs of all time from behind.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of, honestly, if you're behind, generally you're trying to throw your spears into minion waves to hit people, as well as
people just going forward, you do more damage further away.
Yeah, as well as you just don't have as much sort of blind spots and vision to look for fog spears as well, which is kind of the best way to ever dream of landing them, outside of obviously setup, which he doesn't have. Gonna take a lot. We've seen them do it before. Last split, down 2 barons and 2 or 3 outer dragons against the same organization.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of when I say how are West Point going to close out games now relative to last split, because it was not very good last split.
Yeah, that's kind of. I think they ended the split with with 0 Series 1, but there were so many series where they got so close.
Yeah, where they should have been winning games. They should have been winning, picking up, just not quite going their way.
No, that is just the way life works sometimes. And
going to be Kraken Slayer Collector on this Kindred. Not the build I expected.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of squishies, right? Nidalee, Israel, center, and if they're dead, then who really cares about the Cassante and Nautilus?
Yeah.
As well as Zeri will be able to deal with the rest fine anyway.
Yeah, maybe leaving the front line for Little V to kill alongside 1116.
Char walking 1v9. Do they have the damage to take him out? It's a nice solar flare, and Little V does pop that ultimate. Is going to get rooted up, though, so should run out. And it's a true shot barrage coming through from Cascada that takes him down to half HP. 5v5 going well for the start here of DCG. Nice sidestep from Feng. Will have constant access to those heals as Char gets hit by another Q. Rio as well. Cascada outloading a lot of damage here. Not even quite at that mirror mana, but certainly the Triforce damage being felt as it's DCG who at the moment do have priority. No teleport available for that top laner in Ryu on the Skarner. 665. What's he going to be able to do? Is he going to be able to land any of these Nidalee spears? Not so far. The healing is, though, very useful. Ryu goes wide on his bouldering. It's knocked up. Spiraling to spear onto Taco. He's actually getting taken very low. Feng with a lot of damage. Knock up lands through Kongi. We're going to have to pop that Kindred ultimate, and it's actually going to be Ryu who goes down first, and Cascada on the side flashes outside of that fear, will be able to pick himself up 1 kill as well. True shot barrage number 2 of the fight connects once again onto Lil V, and DCG behind by 4K gold, pick up the Dragon and the team fight win.
Yeah, there is the outplay you needed from DCG. It starts off with a over-eager engage from Cha9, who engages without his team in range, gets himself and Little V chunked, and then the fight is so difficult for West Point to play. From there on, the poke comp of DCG really shines when you're that low on your carries. Yeah, and this is the engage from Cha9. His teammates, this is a great engage if your teammates are anywhere near you. He lands the ult onto Feng, but Little V just immediately gets chunked out, and now it makes this Dragon very difficult to play for.
Yeah, nice dodges from every single skill shot. Healing as well. Senna and Nidalee just constantly healing their teammates up.
Yeah.
And even the spear landing. I didn't see that one.
Yeah, and just look at Cha9's HP. What can he really contribute to this fight? Even 116 has to flash here, and I mean, he's landing his spells, but no Leandries yet. I mean,
all back to life, firing Despair, and Cascada's dead before we even see what happened. Taco, though, all out. There's one kill. Casantina's element of 65 flashes forward, gets the swipe, gets one, and it's going to be traded back, however. 3-4-2 as things stand. It's just Feng and Orca as Ryu is gliding on in. Through the walls he goes. Feng getting chased down by this Kindred, and a headshot coming through from Kindred. 3 alive, Baron up, 280 carries and a mega tank, and it looks like West Point strike back quick and fast.
Yeah, Cascada is up in 5 seconds, but he doesn't have teleport, so I think this is just dead. West Point do it so quickly. That was a 4v5 that West Point just won. Ryu ran the entire way here from bot lane. Didn't have any impact on the fight at all.
Oh.
So it'll be nice to see a replay, see what West Point were able to pull off.
What happened?
So Cascada just starts dead, right? I'm missing Leona.
He just walks in.
No, it's the Wave Fear that gets him. Wow. And then the damage from Senna onto Little V is just not enough by himself. Gets him to half, but that's about it.
For a moment there, I felt like this Cassante.
Yeah, should have been able to just run away with it.
But it was a blast cone that really helped out too.
Yeah, these carries are not weak on the side of West Point.
We have 3 items for Little V as he picks up his Lord Dominic's Regards, going to make his time against that Cassante, as well as Nautilus, a lot better.
Yeah, lots of armor on this Cassante already. LDR on the way for Kongyue as well.
2 items rather, for Cascada, who picks up his Mirror Mana, but I mean, you're up against 3-item Zeri. Your Power Spike, while it is impactful, probably not as impactful as what Little V can be by positioning and playing these team
at least
fights.
this Ezreal got it before Baron. But now that he's up against Baron, he just is going to start feeling completely useless.
116 actually pretty much single-handedly tanking Char to very, very low HP. Arcane Shift, but Ryu's looking for his way in. Solar Flare, Cascada not got a flash available to himself. Actually gets the Arcane Shift back and available and all out, and all of a sudden Ryu's under that tower. It's a nice ult from Kongyue to save 2 members of his team as Orca flashes away. 1 HP, Little V's going to be able to get him, but he does get hooked first. DCG, West Point, 4 members versus 4 members as 665 is hunting and prowling these 3 low carries on the side of West Point. It looks like no more kills to come through unless this True Shot Barrage lands. Oh my god, it's so close, but Kongyue is going to react quick enough. Not going to go down, but importantly, a lot of Baron time wasted here as DCG continue to hold on.
Yeah, 1-for-1 is a miracle here for DCG. They trade support for a top laner.
I was sure Cascada was dead.
It was off of an insane Taco ulti on the Cassante. Ryu landed the Skarner ulti onto someone on the side of DCG, but then got ulted into the enemy turret. So he couldn't drag anyone to his team.
Yeah, in fact, the person he ulted just got dragged safer.
Yeah.
Really well played by Taco, as you said.
Yeah, here's a TP though.
Speaking of Taco though, TP, it's a 3v2. This looks very, very dodgy, although Feng has made it down here. Cascada's very close. We have a full-on brawl again. It wouldn't be a DCG game without fight after fight after fight. The 2 tanks. Orca's so tanky. Ryu's even tankier, but it's going to be a hook, and everything landing onto 116. Double kill as Cascada is going ape in this team fight. Orca as well lands yet another, and DCG have no right to be winning, but by damn they are.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened to Cha. He just died off screen in this fight, and nice hook from Orca gets 116 killed. Slight mistime on the TP from 116, unfortunately. This is going to mean that DCG get this dragon now. And the game's not even still. It should be West Point favored, but it feels like the momentum is starting to go DCG's way.
Yeah, it is very scary. I mean,
so,
Cha is just completely alone.
Just gets soloed by Cruscata, essentially. Little V is here, but now he's 2v1 and has to just back off. And yet the whole fight just looks confused from West Point. They initially were the ones who engaged this fight.
Yeah, and Kongyue as well as Lil V not being able to do anything when they are collectively something like 8-1. 8-1. So it just
not a great fight to take. Skarner doing a lot.
Yeah, I mean he's just in the middle of 3 people AoEing them for almost 0 damage, but heads up.
So
DCG, I mean, you have to think. West Point should take this.
Yeah, they should win this game.
But I'll tell you, my heart is not telling me that DCG are losing. I have a suspicion that
they look a bit dialed in. They look a bit clean.
Cruscata as well. I mean, he is playing to his absolute limits on Ezreal. Not the most recent fight, but the fight before. Gets his arcane shift off. Pretty much the same second that he gets altered by Skarner, which gets him over the wall. I mean, this guy... I can't believe what I'm witnessing.
Yeah, he's good at these ADCs. Who would have thought? Yeah,
well, I mean, it has to be stated that Feng is going to become pretty scary. Has just a regular Last Whisper and now going for, Kraken Slayer, I suppose.
Yeah, something.
No, that doesn't build into Kraken Slayer.
No, not anymore. Something out of a Noon Quiver.
Yeah, what? We're cooking. Let's see what it is.
Looks like 116 will go for Void Staff over Crypt Bloom.
Okay, Solar Flare misses. Zenith Blade also missing. Teleport now going to be committed. There's 116 coming back and is in the middle of the fray, but is going to be completely safe. Pathmaker, Ryu and Taco very low. Flashes forward, sparring to speed onto Feng, but he is going to get that ultimate off. Very low health bars across the rift. 665 going to dash away. Lil V in the middle of everyone. Gets rooted up though. Feng does not miss those. Kongyue going to have that ultimate available. So many low health bars. Cruscata still full HP, but does he have the confidence to look, to search? True shot barrage, but it's going to be dodged away from yet again. Everyone on West Point so low, it is only 1 casualty. The Nautilus going down, but still 4v5. Do DCG try to commit to this Baron? They definitely can stop it. There's no way West Point can start it up before recalls come through. Ryu coming back with that teleport though as Cruscata still full on HP. Kongyue takes a nice spear there and he's taken down. Feng's able to snipe that one away. Taco teleporting back into this fight as well as Char9 is in absolute no man's land. Ryu with the recent teleport is also just going to be taken out. It's a 4v5, but once again, there is no stopping Deep Cross Gaming as they take the team fight victory.
Yeah, West Point take another fight without their most fed member. Little V was in base when they engaged that, and he isn't able to contribute at all. That's going to be a free Baron for DCG. I don't think Little V can stop this on his own.
This is outrageous.
Yeah, it's falling apart now for West Point. The gold will be even after this Baron.
Anyone that has not watched a DCG game, this is the absolute epitome of Deep Cross Gaming. There is no predictability at any stage, be it from the second we get into the 1v1s till the end of the series.
Look where Zarya is while this fight is happening on your mini-map. She's in base, and Kongyue just tries to take out 665, almost does it, but Feng is there to clean him up. And yeah, rest of West Point too getting cleaned up. Luckily 116.
Landing every single spear that fight.
Yeah. Yeah. DCG, classic DCG, Nidalee is a scaling champ.
Lord Dominic's completed. Oh, Lord Dom's builds out of Noon Quiver. There you go.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think I just forgot that. I'm just so used to it not.
Yeah.
To put it blatant.
Caulfield's.
Oh, flash forward. We've landed the Solar Flare, but it's onto a path-making Cassante, and it's not going to be a whole lot of CC. 116 though is landing his poke.
Yeah, there's
Still,
always
there's
the
a lot of
next solar
healing.
flare. It's not a long cooldown.
Yeah. True Shot Barrage is going to be only landing onto minions, but still not the worst result. Baron coming through, a lot of wave clear, double AD carry, as well as a play.
Kongyue is now level 16 with 7 marks on this Kindred. He is the highest level in the game, tied with... Oh, actually, Kriskada's level 17.
Yep. This Israel proving to be a very decent champ. Has a QSS, so most likely only going to be useful for the Skarner ult. Maybe Leona catching him, but Dragon number 3 picked up. So while Skarner should be the tankiest champ in the game, I believe right now it's probably Cassante.
Yeah, with
3
the triple,
mountains.
Yeah, triple mountain Drake is insane. I don't know how I feel about the BT from Little V. I get it. BT 4th here against the poke comp.
I know how I feel. That sucks.
I mean, IE makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
But I get it. It's a poke comp on the enemy team, so you want some lifesteal.
Yeah, but this is a poke comp that's really hitting Lil V. The only time he's really looking low is when a fight breaks out.
Yeah.
Other than that, he's kind of just hitting minions. It's a poke comp, but it's a poke comp with pretty unreliable poke.
Yeah, very
Maybe
unreliable.
the Israel being the most reliable, but even then.
Yeah, even that's not very.
And honestly, they haven't been winning from poke. It's just been full HPs, and they've won because they have a Senna and an Italy flash forwards coming through. Feng quickly realizing the danger that he's in.
So it's a bit of a Baron standoff.
Yeah, we're on a knife's edge.
Gold is just even now.
Yeah, DCG not getting anything really from the Baron. It was a 2k gold advantage, but a lot of that just literally from taking of the Baron.
Yeah, the Baron itself, 300 gold per member. Now Ryu's going to pick up this wave, and haven't quite seen him be all that unkillable this game.
No, he has just oddly been by himself the majority of it. Oh, that should be a big chunk. But the heals came through, so...
Yeah, lots of shielding and healing for Kriskada, who has a little bit of magic resist as well, right, with the QSS.
Yep.
So this
Third item now, Rapid Fire Cannon completed for Feng as well, so it's going to be even harder to get onto the center, who is absolutely going to start doing damage, even to these tankier members.
Yeah, 3 items. 3 items center, very scary at this point. 115 souls.
I mean, Lil V 4 items should just do the most. Flash forward is going to be the depth charge. Kongyue in No Man's Land, though, is going to hop over that wall, does have access to his ultimate, but it's going to be 116 taken out before he can even use it. All out from Taco does keep him alive, but the flash forward from Kongyue is going to be able to find one. And Lil V doing all the damage. I said it's going to have to be him, but Kriskada, it's Lil V versus Kriskada. Everyone low on the side of DCG, and Lil V trying as he might, not able to find anything. Kriskada flashes forward, does get the kill with the flash away. And the snipe on Kongyue as well! Kriskada is a god in this game!
I think we've already seen our play of the week this week. That was insane by Kriskada. He baits out Little V, kites him like he's a noob, and takes him out, flashes away.
Dodging
that's gonna be
auto
a
attacks.
nice, yeah, that's going to be a nice replay.
Oh my god.
That should never be a winning fight. Watch Kongyue pick off Feng at the end here. And the fight starts with 116 just completely unable to move. Does get his ulti off. But Kongyue wins them the fight here very quickly with this flash onto Feng. Instantly removes Senna from the team fight to even up the numbers. And Little V can just run around now. And he should play much more aggressively here onto Kriskada, I think. But you see why he was worried to play so aggressively. Because if you get caught in a position like this against Ezreal, Kriskada is apparently incapable of missing.
Oh!
Yeah. So insane.
And then to top it off.
And then ults Kongyue, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Cha9 trivial to kill at that point.
Okay, well,
10,000 damage.
Yeah. That is a bona fide Kriskada moment.
Yeah, that is insane.
I'm floored.
Yeah,
but back to life.
It just feels like DCG should be losing, but Kriskada refuses.
I mean, the state of the game, they should have lost already.
Yeah,
but just
they're straight
time
on
and time
Baron.
again. That last team fight possibly could have just been the last fight of the game.
Yeah. Baron half HP.
Half HP it is, as everyone coming through. Nice root onto Ryu. He's not going to be able to get into this pit. It is the Baron taken. It's a lot of AoE coming through. The depth charge lands onto many members, and the spear as well connects onto Lil V. He is still alive and well. Taco going to get steered up. He gets unstoppable into the Kindred ult. Doesn't go down. Feng kiting. Kriskana dashing in, and Lil V does get someone. It's the Feng, but still DCG come up trumps.
Yeah, 1-on-6, the only member able to limp away from that fight. And yeah, DCG pick up another clean team fight. And I think the biggest difference is the members of DCG are getting away from these fights on slivers of HP and just frustrating the side of West Point, who can't finish off these kills. They have all the damage in the world, but they can't kill anyone, lock them down long enough to kill them.
Yeah, long cooldown on the kill timers, shall I say, is inhib's taken. They aren't going to commit to it, but they are going to get themselves this mountain soul.
Yeah, that's soul as well.
10 and 2 on the Israel is Chris Garda.
Yeah, clinic.
Somehow, Taco only has 2 deaths. Now, I've seen that man at about 100 HP, possibly 10 times this game.
Yeah, including that last fight. He's playing these fights very well.
Dashes into the Kindred ult as it's going off, gets the heal, somehow survives.
Tanks Skarner ult as well.
Yeah. Oh my god, we're at pretty much full build across the Rift. A little bit more to go. Kongyue, 4 items, Lil V, 1 component, should be the IE, and that could be the tipping point.
Yeah, once he gets this IE, he's an absolute monster.
It's been a heroic comeback from DCG, but if IE comes through for Lil V, it might just not be enough.
Yeah, because I don't think DCG outscale either. Horizon focus now for 1-1-6.
Feng is incredibly hard to deal with now, though.
Yeah.
It has been the Chris Garda show, don't get me wrong. But Feng scales the hardest out of any champ in the game, simply for the infinite scaling.
Yeah, infinite scaling range.
And 116 takes a massive chunk of damage there. Through comes more. I mean, 116, he's already at no HP. This is going to be the bot lane inhib tower taken out. This is inhib number 2. Hook lands. Ryu might be in a world of trouble. And this is supposed to be the tankiest champ in the game that just got 1 shot. 5 alive, 4 alive for West Point, and they've got to put up a heroic defense here. DCG have done so. 116's going to have to flash away. Feng's going to be eliminated. That might be what they need. But Kasante is a champion in 2024. Low health bars. Kindred ult not enough. Down will go Kongyue. Down will go Char 9. And beyond the depths is going to be DCG, who clean up 2-0 in what is the first fantastic game of the split.
Yeah, valiant effort from 1-1-6 and Lil V at the end. They're trying to hang on to their Nexus, but the soul and the Baron buff just too much for them in the end. And West Point, again, another disappointing loss for them. I think they were in the driver's seat that game and should have just closed it out pretty cleanly, but I mean, we said it would take some outplays.
Outplays is an understatement.
Yeah.
That was insane. Oh, no Lil V. Thank you. That you, Char? Thank you, Char?
Not sure what old mate is on about.
Char used to be the sub support for DCG.
Oh.
So it's something in relation to that, I imagine. But I mean, I'm flawed. Chris Garda's MVP. We don't really talk much more of that. The only other option is Taco, but that one singular play.
It should do it.
Yeah, just what on earth did I just witness?
Yeah,
I mean,
Ezreal's not really supposed to outscale Zeri, but Kriskada made it look that way in that game.
Yeah, that was the way he was just playing like perfectly around every single Q that Lil V threw off. And as they say, every outplay is the result of a misplay. But I mean, that was impressive.
He just landed every single Q and dodged so much damage out of Little V as well.
And the true shot barrage at the end, I mean, that was just the absolute icing on the cake.
Yeah.
That is a play that we have some fantastic players in this league. Better than Chris Garda, most would say. But that is a play that you only really expect out of Chris Garda. Exactly Chris Garda and not really anyone else. He's the only one
he's a psycho.
Crazy enough to even try. Yeah, it's like, that could have been a game-losing play.
Yeah.
If he dies there, it is then a couple of tanks and, 2
Well,
turrets.
Zeri just cleans up. She does her Zeri thing.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't die, gets the kill, kills Kongyue, and I mean, that was the icing on the cake. Be it big team fight win, but also just the momentum you get, the confidence you get of pulling off something like that is just game-breaking.
Yeah, and I think it's just, it breaks your mental a bit as well, right? If you're little V as well, I would be fuming that Ezreal has just 3-shot me.
Yeah. Yeah, that was insane. I'm really trying to think about anything else in the game, but I'm kind of just like,
yeah, my brain has just deleted most of that game. It was 665 for most of the game, just running around frustrated in the early game.
Hiccups are a state of mind, by the way. Just,
okay,
you don't have the hiccups anymore.
665 didn't get a single gank off. He ping-ponged between mid and bot lane.
Yeah.
For that entire early game.
Yeah.
And didn't get a single kill, and didn't get a single dragon. Already that should just kind of be GG.
Yeah, and Kongyue was something like 3-0, 3-1 as well on Kindred, which is a champ that once you get ahead, it's very hard to deal with. Admittedly, yes, Ezreal is probably one of the best AD carries at dealing with Kindred.
Yeah.
It's very hard for Kindred to get onto and stay onto Ezreal, but I mean, same can be said about Senna. This was the turning point, though. Was Chargers walking in, missing Xenoblade, and losing a lot of his health.
Yeah, just a 2v4 engage.
And admittedly, no one goes down, but the difference between the comps, and I think DCG's comp still sucked, by the way. I do think it was bad.
I agree.
But in a fight that lasts this long, when you have Senna heals and the Nidalee heals, that is kind of what turns this around. You could have just committed 116 to stay here, try fight some poke. At this stage, 116 probably should have recalled. He's got teleport, recalled, come back. He wouldn't lose his flash there. Later on, you're going to see that Cascada just jumps on him and takes him out as well. Ryu here, I mean, gets knocked up.
It's a nice hook onto 1116 here.
It is. I mean, yeah, Orca was doing it all game as well. He's just landing hook after hook. That's 2 in a row onto Ryu. Gets his flash. This time is going to get the Kindred ult out, and Ryu is just out of range. So does go down. Nice flash from Cristata, dodging out of that fear. Will also connect on the True Shot Barrage. This confirms, I think it was their second dragon of the game, and they got 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And that really, I mean, that was the start of the end for the side of West Point. It didn't have to be. They still should have been in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but that's where it started to feel like maybe DCG are just too good at fighting.
Yeah.
They're playing these team fights a little bit better.
Almost 60k damage over that fight. I mean, we saw it from Cascada. He had a fight that he did 10k.
Yeah.
That's not, that's not including when he's just randomly sitting mid and landing Qs on people, so...
Yeah,
I mean, what a performance.
665, that is a lot of damage for Nidalee to do.
Yeah.
About as much as Azeri.
Yeah, especially considering the setup he had, which was near on 0.
Yeah.
Taco as well. I mean, that's like the least damage we've ever seen a Cassante do, but he absolutely tanked the most.
Yeah, and just the ganks he was able to avoid in the early game were massive. The early game would have been an absolute disaster for DCG.
That first one? Yeah, that was disgusting.
He escaped a second gank as well.
Yeah, that's true.
A little bit later on. And the early game with an extra 2 kills for this Skarner would have just been a disaster.
I mean, I don't know. Here we are. Cascada. There's a lot of Cascada. Taco as well, as I said. Yeah. Absolutely took the most damage. I mean, how many times do you have to see this guy on Cassante live on 1 HP?
Yeah.
Just team fight after team fight after team fight before your mental's completely broken. Cascada, I mean... Yeah, I'm kind of lost for words. I just absolutely cannot believe what I just witnessed.
Yeah, that is an incredible Ezreal performance. We'll see if anyone can top that. I'd be surprised.
I would be surprised, yeah. Yeah, that was... I mean, we blindly trusted in his Ezreal simply because he pulls out so much random stuff in that mid lane.
Yeah, and it really was just a 1v9, right? Everyone else on DCG was doing well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of the heals from Feng and 665 wouldn't have been possible without them. Taco as well, you cannot discredit the tanking that guy did. Orca's hooks, it by no means was a 1v9, but in terms of the damage being dealt, it really was just Cascada landing so many skill shots and just playing to his limits. The amount of times, especially early on in that game, where he was like right on the cusp of just being dead, but not going down, is kind of the signs of, how good you are at Ezreal, because that is how you play Ezreal.
Yeah, you need to play him on the limit.
You need to be in a position where anyone watching that isn't an expert at the champion thinks you're dead, but you're not.
Yeah. And this is an ulti somewhere. I don't remember this one.
Is it the ult into the teleport? Oh, it is! Except his ult landed on 2 tanks, but, it's all right.
It was cool. It was still cool. He shows up with attack speed and positions pretty immaculately.
Yeah, lands everything. Does get chunked a bit. What lane is this? It's mid.
Looks like mid lane to me. Yeah.
Oh, this is the last fight. This is this is the last. This is that fight.
Yeah. Right. Okay. He gets us. ulted to start this fight, and it actually comes back up to kill Kongyue at the end. This Q,
one,
second
lands
Q,
another Q,
and the third one is coming.
forward like an absolute psychopath.
Yeah, lands that Q as well.
Dodges a Q, flashes
4
to
Qs.
dodge Zenith Blade, lands another Q, ults, and hits Kongyue.
Yeah, I mean, Zeri is so much stronger than him in that fight. It's like
that close
unreasonable.
to each other, yeah.
Yeah. Just because Ezreal had to land 4 Qs and a couple autos.
And it was like 30
to win that
HP to
fight.
100.
Yeah.
Like, that shouldn't be winnable.
Yeah.
Unless your name is
Shouldn't be a triple
exactly
kill.
and no different than Chris Carter.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, immaculately well played.
Yeah. And I think, I really hope, because we're going to get an interview coming up very shortly.
Yeah.
I really hope it's with Chris Carter. I
Yeah,
think
me
Paddy
too.
wouldn't have actually been able to see the end of the game. I think in general, you know, having to prepare the questions and move off to the interview room, there's a chance that she doesn't get to see it. But I hope Chris Carter's the interviewee, because
Yeah,
after
we have
that,
questions.
Yeah, I need some questions answered. Like,
It's like
what did he
today
have
he
for
remembered.
breakfast?
It's like today he remembered he's off roll mid lane, roll swap from ADC and just played 2 ADCs.
Yeah, he
and
did, right?
carried
Yeah,
damage
Lucian
both.
Israel.
Yeah.
Not even the AD carries you expect in the mid lane. It's like, yeah, Corki, Tristana, okay. Israel, Lucian. Lucian a little more normal than the Israel. I don't even really understand the Israel
I'm
into
not
the
sure
way
it even
necessary.
is these days.
Yeah,
No.
I'm not sure either. I mean,
Questions?
what a performance. It's going to be an interview. It's Patty and 665, unfortunately, but I'm sure he has a lot to say, so please do enjoy. Be back right after.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们邀请到的是 DCG 的打野选手665，请665先跟观众打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 DCG 的打野665。
So today your team won WP with a 2-0, even though there's a little bit of a struggle in between. How do you feel about the game you just played? 今天你们对上是 WP， 虽然 WP 最后虽然中间有一点点小小的波折，想问一下你现在赢下来之后心情如何？
就能赢下这样的强队，也挺开心的吧。
I feel really happy winning against WP because they are a really strong team. So we are now in a jungle carry patch. How do you describe your own jungle play style? We saw that you played Diana today, which is a little bit different from other jungles. 你怎么看待现在的打野版本？因为你怎么去形容自己的打野风格？因为我们看到你刚刚像选择戴安娜这样的角色，跟其他的打野可能会有不太一样。
就是我会看阵容，就是队友需要什么，我就是选择适合队伍的阵容。
那你自己的打野风格呢？
就是一半一半，我可以刷，也可以打的一直 gank。
So it depends on our team decision. I can accompany my teammates' decision on the composition, so I pick for them. And also, I feel like my own play style is a little bit of a farm and also a little bit of ganking, so half-half. So how do you describe Kongyue? Because he also actually is a very experienced player, and he rested for a while and he came back to the game. So how do you feel playing against him today? 你今天是对上空越选手，那想问一下，其实他也是一个非常有经验的选手，然后他也有一段小时间的休息，再回来打比赛，你就对上了他。你对上他今天的心情如何？感受？
蛮开心的吧，因为我平常也会看他实况学习打野。
I'm really happy to face against Kongyue today because I watched the stream and learned from him a lot on stream. So what is your summer expectations? 你的夏季赛有什么样的期许？
就能出国最好，但是我会想打最多的比赛给我的粉丝看。
So hopefully we can go overseas. No matter what, I want to play more games for my fans to see. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛，我们把镜头转回主播台。
Wants to go overseas and play more for his fans, and I'll be damned, I'm a fan of that man.
Most improved interviewee.
Yeah. What a substantial upgrade.
Yeah.
From last
One
split.
word answers and a frown to a smile. And
yeah, even though, if you remember last split, when he got asked if he had anything to say to his fans, it was just a straight no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it was just a straight
not
no.
on my mind.
And now he's trying to play more for them, and I think there's a genuine goal for DCG to make it to the international tournament, to make it to Worlds. This team.
Well, they've got 2 fans right here.
Yeah, they certainly do.
Yeah.
I mean, they are by far my favorite team to watch, just for straight entertainment value. I mean, the stuff you see in these games is ridiculous. And they're the team that, when there's a real stale meta, you can be certain that it's not going to be stale as soon as it's a DCG series.
Yeah, they'll just pick whatever they feel like in any given game.
We've already seen Nasus top, Lucian and Ezreal mid.
Yeah.
Yasuo, Diana twice, in fact. Like, all right. Just cook it up and
whatever we feel like. Orca seems to have just taken a back seat.
Yeah.
Taken the apron off, if you will.
Maybe till playoffs.
Right.
You know, because it was the same last split. He didn't play any carries, no carries, a bit of Maokai here, a bit of Nautilus. 2 games off playoffs, boom, Hui, barred. Nothing but carries from there on out.
Yeah.
Only getting outdone by SoftBank with the Yasuo, really.
That was one of the coolest picks of the playoffs. Maybe the coolest.
Yeah, quite possibly. But series number 1 done and dusted. It was possibly the game of the split. Already done here for DCG as they did take the win 2-0. We'll see you for next series between CFO Helpigs.
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
You gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la. I like the way it feels. Ooh la la. Don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PCS Summer 2024. And of course, if you did miss the last series, please, after this next series, go back and watch it, because I believe we're probably not going to see a game better than game number 2 that we just witnessed. But coming up, we do have CFO versus Halpigs, and I think me and you both have very strong opinions on this one. You were saying between the game, there's no way Halpigs lose.
Yeah.
I am certainly of the opinion that CFO are clear favorites.
No, of course CFO are going to be favorites here. But I think it's more interesting to think of ways Halpigs could win this upcoming game.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't really seen too much life out of them so far. Ching9, once again, he often finds himself with a fairly decent lead.
He's a very strong laner. Yep.
Yeah, never really converts it. And it's not necessarily his fault as the AD carry to convert that. It's often how the team's playing around you. And
honestly, Abyss, the jungle substitute, the current stand-in, he's been quite impressive.
Yeah.
He's not shied away from picking Graves, Nidalee, Karthus. Just even with his first games, the split, and he's done quite well. Mechanically solid.
Yeah.
And I think that's true of all of Halpigs. They are just mechanically solid.
We get to see Rest for the first time.
Yeah. Does this mean he'll be playing, or maybe just playing the 1v1?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Definitely a solid 1v1 player.
He has locked in Elise. Interesting.
Elise Israel. Okay, well, I don't know what to think about this. I think Elise is favored, but I've always been wrong whenever I think that in the 1v1s.
Maybe it just comes down to a Cocoon?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Cocoon's not as much of a requirement when you're in a 1v1.
Yeah.
Lands it anyway.
Gets a good trade for himself. Can block the Ezreal
Lost
Qs.
a lot of mana, though.
Similar to Neferi, right? You can block the Ezreal Qs with the little spiders.
Yeah, there is a lot of sustain on Elise too. Oh, okay, all right. Maybe Cocoon a bit necessary there. Oh my god,
Oh, wow.
He goes down.
His Q had started on rest. You can see if that Cocoon landed.
Yeah, he would have got the kill.
Just 100-0 dead.
Well, this is a good start if you're Guang on the Ezreal.
Yeah. He actually almost still died.
Yeah. Which feels a little criminal.
Yeah, a little bit unreasonable, but...
Now has a serrated Dirk. This game got a lot easier for him.
Yeah, he's not any tankier, though, so... the problem is Rest doesn't have Flash or Ignite now.
Yeah.
So kill feels like a bit of a reach on an Ezreal, who doesn't have Flash or Ignite either.
Yeah, but does have Arcane Shift. Of course, there is Repel for Elise. But, I mean, to be fair, if Elise gets to... I wonder what he goes. I wonder if he's going to go just Blighted Duel. Maybe.
Oh, just first thing on the Elise.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what they often do in solo queue, right? They did, like, Elise is often just rush Void Staff.
Yeah, maybe this Ezreal just isn't building MR, though.
Yeah, but it still, like, counts.
Yeah,
because obviously Elise, her Q, percentage current health on the human form, and spider form does missing health.
Yeah.
So Magic Pen, when you have stats or abilities that do that kind of damage, is really, really valuable.
This is a Cocoon lands.
Oh my god, that was a
nasty Cocoon.
Criminal Cocoon.
Now HP in rest favor big time, makes up for a serrated Dirk, I think.
Cocoon lands, Arcane Shift is going to be used, but Guanglong in a hell of a position here. Ignite is back for Rest. Auto attack 1, auto attack 2.
Wow.
Does pick himself up the return kill, 900 gold, and I think now Rest is in an insanely good position.
Yeah, it is the null magic talisman for Gongon, but he can't finish his Hex Drinker.
I'm really surprised that he's gone for Ninja Tabis.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the Tabbies. Stork Boots don't feel as good when the enemy's already building some magic resist.
Yeah, but again, he's not really getting hit by Israel until he decides to.
Yeah,
and
that is true.
Honestly, Israel does quite a fair amount of magic damage as well.
So I think Rest recalling on the wave being the way it was means that he wants to just dive now off this big wave.
Yeah, can't look for it.
If he dies, though, whoever dies first just loses on this dive.
Yeah, it might just come down to a mechanical standoff.
Yeah, Guangguan aware, I think, of this plan. He has altered the wave already.
Rest
And
doesn't
this-
show signs of care.
Yeah, this seems like too much to dive.
Cocoon lands, going to get that venomous bite off as well. And
Good damage.
not looking for the dive yet, but Arcane Shift being down, fairly sizable cooldown. Does get himself a tower plate as well.
Yeah, costs Ezreal a lot of mana every time he uses E as well. Yeah, I don't think Rest can 100 to 0 him with the items as they are. He does have to repeat what he did last time and whittle the Ezreal down a little bit.
Rest just going to go pick up that health relic. Actually, nice trade though from Guangguan.
Yeah. Bit of tension now. Rest, yeah, these Qs do a lot to him. Does have a lot of sustain on the Elise though, you weren't kidding.
Yeah, the Spiderlings. The Spiderlings provide a lot of health.
Not all that concerned with CS this game, Rest, just worried about kills.
Guangguan is pretty much out of mana now.
Yeah, I think he's got this wave in though. Oh, Rest
okay.
looked, yeah, scary. Scary, but Guangguan gets away, gets his recall off. Rest is not going to interrupt him, and he's not going to push another wave. So Guangguan, I think, in the lead for now, just because of how much more CS he has.
Perhaps, I mean, I'm not sure.
Gets his Hex Drinker, can't finish the full Maw.
You'd really hope not if you're Rest.
Yeah.
But yeah, is definitely in the lead in terms of gold. I'm still not sure I favor him.
Yeah, I think it's all about if Elise can 100 to 0 him.
Yeah.
Through this Hex Drinker.
Actually, Rest buying a blue pot.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I mean, just a straight up AP feels nice, right? It's probably going to last until the end of this game. In fact, it certainly is.
Yeah. Likely to.
Yeah. Hexic Alternator is getting a decent amount of damage there, but it is Guangguan landing those Qs, threading them through the minions. That is winning the trades for himself on this Ezreal.
Yeah, and I mean, any of these Elite spells just have a lot of added damage onto them with the blue pot, the damage overtime, and the alternator. Oh, nice reaction time from Guangguan.
Rest tried to cook up something.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work out now. He's a little worried.
Trades, yeah, definitely won't win a trade from this health. Needs those Spiderlings to be able to get to the minions, get himself some health back, or he has to look for a recall very soon. Tower healthy enough that he's not going to lose it.
Not on this wave, anyway. Getting close to half HP on the tower, though.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like now Guangguan's in a position where he shouldn't really lose. Especially with that chunk coming through. Rest's going to have to clear out this tower. I mean, this minion wave and look for a recall.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think a Cocoon does much for Rest, even landing one.
Does manage to dodge out of that Essence Flock and the Mystic Shock thereafter.
Is dodging for his life, dies.
Oh my god!
Nice
Damn.
snipe by Guangguan. Catches him off
Guangguan
guard.
going crazy. Oh well.
Yeah, unlucky for Rest. We'll see if he gets to play today, though.
Yeah, haven't seen him yet. It's been Driver.
Yeah, old Driver for CFO in the top lane.
Yeah, so a good showing. A bit shaky against Frank, and it is Driver.
Oh yeah, that's Driver back in.
Get a lot of stage time as
Yeah,
Driver.
I think in his interview he said, for now, I'm playing better than Rest, so I'm in.
Yeah, Halpigs. Qing9, Kerry, Nuli Abyss, and Guangguan is keeping their roster the same. I think next series there is a chance for Godtone.
Yeah, right. He's officially unrestricted.
Yeah, unbanned.
Unbanned and unleashed.
Oh, we see Godtone, man. That guy lights up my life.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching Abyss.
There's Godtone.
Yeah. He's
There
coming.
he is.
He's coming for Abyss's spot next week, probably.
Nuli.
He's trying to zone it all out.
Having a giggle. Piggy is following. Damn. Gottone getting the stage time already. That guy's banned.
Naughty behavior by Gottone, and Hellpig's maybe looking for a little naughty upset. It's hard to kind of formulate
Yeah. I mean,
what that would look like.
Yeah, CFO is a tough opponent.
Yeah.
So we're going to see them come up on our screen now. Driver, Casa, Gory, Shun, Sword Art. There is no weak links.
I think if there is maybe a weakness on CFO, it's probably Gory.
Yeah, having an off day.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he is their biggest strength.
Yeah.
It's
the two
hard.
sides of Gory. And I guess if Nully can just... But Nully isn't the type of player who's going to destroy you in lane anyway. He's not all that much of a laner. He's going to go even in lane. And look to scale up on a control mage usually.
Or Yarn. Likes himself a bit of a Yarn.
Yeah, so I just don't see him, you know, completely ruining Gory's game and destroying him.
I can't believe we only got the 1 week of Sword Art Mustache and then it just got eliminated.
Yeah. Did he lose with it?
No, they haven't lost. Not even a game.
Well, that seems unreasonable.
Yeah.
You'd think you'd keep the mustache, pull an Evie, keep the facial hair until you lose a game.
Here we are, Ching9 versus Shun, the head-to-head. Stats favoring Shun.
Yeah, KP especially kind of just shows how Karsa likes to play these games generally.
Both of them struggling in lane, in terms of gold at least.
Yeah, some of it will be Senna games for Shun at least.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, Senna games make the gold diff at 14. Not the most useful stat.
Yeah, not when you have the Senna game.
Yeah.
And I guess the Senna game was also shown in the support proxy.
Yeah, you just run away from your support when you're Senna. Go lane, top lane.
Yeah, let the Nautilus sit there and be Nautilus.
Yeah. So Hellpigs did get to pick sides because Guangguan managed to win the 1v1, and I think they went for blue side.
Yeah, most of the time. But CFO, they've been picking red anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, that is very interesting. Not something I expected.
Yeah, they haven't even really been picking red for any specific counter pick or anything
Yeah, they
like
haven't
that.
been giving it to driver or anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, in fairness, they pick red, other team picks Skarner, and they just answer it with a Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I think both of their solo laners use counterpick very well, so I don't hate the red side for CFO. See how they handle it this game.
They blind picked a TF at one stage and got Nassist.
Oh yeah, right. And he got away with it, that lucky Twisted Fate.
Yeah. Gonna be the ban on the center. Take that away from the side of Hellpigs. Callista, Tristana. So 380 carry bans as things stand, although Tristana tends to be a mid laner. Still a marksman at heart.
Yeah, will CFO make it a fourth? I mean, there is still Ashe up. But also Nautilus, Skarner, Rumble. Yeah, Corki, Nautilus, Skarner, Rumble, LB.
So the LeBlanc. Gory having a fantastic showing on LeBlanc against Frank. In their game number 3 last time they met up last week.
Yeah, CFO feel like banning a lot of their own champions right now. But they do play everything.
Yeah, there's no real way to say that CFO have only a certain amount of champs. They just pick whatever. Look good on it all. Nidalee, something to consider, as CFO have already shown Karsa to be very proficient, and of course we know him as very proficient on the Nidalee.
So Rumble and Skarner banned away.
So
Ashe
no interest
standing
in the
out.
Mord. Yep.
Yeah, there's the Ashe.
Should just be locked in. Probably don't want to give that over to Shun or Sword Art. It will be Nidalee, as I said. Probably can just be the lock-in for Karsa. I'm hoping to see this Nidalee with some lockdown around it, however. We've not started off good if this Corki has been locked in, but...
Yeah, already very strong mid-jungle duo if you want to build a poke comp around them.
Well, that shouldn't be locked in. There you go. You know, the Malzahar offers some lockdown.
Yeah, that is true. Some
But,
lockdown is an understatement.
The problem being that it's a Malzahar.
Yeah. Yeah, don't see that champ ever these days.
Haven't seen it since the good old days of Crown winning worlds.
Yeah.
Samsung, was it season 7 if I'm not mistaken?
Oh, I have no idea. I remember watching it.
It was. That was when Ruler flashed and Varus altered Faker. An infamous moment in LoL esports. Nuli going to take the Yone Sejuani pairing, as well as the Freljord pairing between the Ashe and the Sedge.
And this is the type of thing we usually see CFO. This is looking like a CFO draft out of Hellpig so far.
Oh, this is looking like a DCG draft out of CFO.
Yeah. So is this Ezreal going mid too?
That is yet to be seen. I think it should just be matched into the Ashe. I feel like Ezreal will have a better time into Ashe than Corki.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the Yone, who does get picked to counter the Corki. We haven't seen it work all that well. But it is being picked into the Corki more often than not. The Jax ban should just draw a Twisted Fate ban from
we have to
the
ban
Hellpigs.
Twisted Fate, guys. We've seen PSG with the Nidalee Twisted Fate tech, and that was very scary.
And you might want to just ban Braum here if you're a CFO, because it's looking like a bit too good of a Braum game for the Hellpigs.
Yeah, plus the 3-way Freljord synergy.
Yeah.
Gets scary very quickly. A lot of ice people. Kennen, so, I mean...
Kennen.
Yeah, interesting.
What's Kennen picked into? Gnar? What did it get picked into earlier? Renekton. That wasn't that great.
No. Arja played a game of Kennen. What did he play Kennen into? I forgot.
Was that Gnar?
Nah. Was it? Maybe it was.
Maybe Rumble. Oh, Rumble.
It was Rumble, you're right. Yeah. It was Rumble. Cassante.
Makes sense.
Just a tried and true top lane champion at this point.
Now, what do the Hellpigs go for? They still need some AP in their comp. So Gwen makes a lot of sense in the top lane, I think.
Yeah, Gwen would be gross, yeah. Gwen is so good here. Gwen is insane here.
I like Leona, but geez, it's a good Braum game.
Yeah. But I mean, you might just want something with a little more lockdown.
Yeah, reliable CC. Nautilus. About as reliable as it gets.
I mean, Camille's Camille, but Gwen is in fact Gwen.
Yeah. I think Gwen is immune this game. There's the Braum by
the Braum
CFO.
coming through for CFO.
Not as good of a Braum game for CFO.
Yeah, 280 carries though. Pretty easy to proc that Winter's Bite when it comes to the team fights.
Yeah.
Also offers a bit of peel when it comes to the likes of Camille and Yone jumping on your back line.
So, looking like Ezreal in the ADC role this time around.
Yeah, a bit weird.
And Shun's got his work cut out for him following up the previous Ezreal performance.
Yeah, Shun already having a good Ezreal for himself though last week. Very valiant performance by him on this Ezreal. Turning around a game number 2 that looked completely out of control for the side of CFO.
So, it's not the usual kind of pairing we see with Nidalee, but Braum Nidalee is actually a terrifying pair of champions. Pretty much for the entire first 15 minutes of the game, they can kill anything off of one Braum Q connecting.
Yeah, we've already seen Casa very capable of landing his Q, the Javelin Toss.
Yeah. He'll need to be good this game. He doesn't have any setup.
Yeah. Yeah, even less setup than we saw in our last game.
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah. Oh, I swear we should not be picking Nidalee with this little setup. I already think Nidalee is somewhat of a fraudulent champ.
Yeah,
but
I
when
think
you
so
have
too.
no way to set up the Javelin Toss, it feels very, very hard to actually find use outside of Nidalee other than just a Soraka that doesn't run at your team as fast.
Can jump walls.
Yeah. They're still both
Halo
animals.
Blades Braum is on the rift.
Yeah, sort of. Once again, this is the second game of Halo Blades Braum. The first game, didn't really see much out of it, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, we were supposed to check how many times he dropped it.
I forgot. But I think I forgot because it didn't really matter.
Yeah. Yeah. It was probably not a lot.
We'll see, though. See if he can make some more use out of it this game. It feels like it's even harder. Shouldn't have a whole lot of uptime on the auto attacks. Maybe on Camille. Maybe even on Sejuani, but...
It is mostly for lane, but I don't see him getting too much mileage out of it in lane.
Yeah, the Nautilus, I suppose, but... Like,
and
does Nautilus care all that much? Shouldn't.
CFO have Braum, so Helpigs just have to leave. Even though they have Ashe themselves. Oh,
Not going to. Sejuani level 1, but it's also Nidalee level 1. Spear misses. Carson now realizing that they are getting routed to the bot side, but we've landed Winter's Bite, and we've landed a Javelin Toss, and we've landed almost everything we possibly could, but it's Carson who goes down for first blood thanks to that Permafrost. Even a double kill now coming through as Ching9 on this Ashe is going to be extremely strong, but not strong enough as Shun picks himself up a second. Ching9's going to have to flash away. It's a 2 for 2, first blood, actually double kill even for Abyss on the Sejuani.
Yeah, unfortunate the kills all going over to Sedge. Nully loses his flash and TP in the play as well, so that really sucks for him in the mid lane. And yeah, it is very bold of the Helpigs to be contesting this against a Braum level 1, Braum Ezreal. And Nully just walks in and finds out here. He gets tagged by Sword Art's Q, and already here he's in massive trouble. Probably has to flash immediately.
Yeah, it does get out.
Yeah, it does eventually make it out. And yeah, it's just trading kills. Actually pretty evenly matched level 1s.
Yeah, but the Shun ends up getting a red buff.
Yeah, all said and done, Shun is probably the biggest winner.
Yeah, well, him and Sejuani, but the problem is one of those champs is an Ezreal and one of them is a Sejuani.
Yeah.
Although, you know, sometimes having your tank strong early, and jungler, I guess, as well, can have a lot of impact on the map.
Yeah, it can just snowball the game.
See if Abyss can make use of this advantage afforded to him. Both carries, importantly for Helpigs, did survive. It did cost Nully his teleport, as well as his flash, so not really expecting to see an advantage from him formulated in this mid lane, especially anymore.
Yeah, I think it's going to be rough for him to hang on in the mid lane now.
Yeah.
Hopefully his lane is not just over, being down
Already
TP.
at half HP, and Gory is going to feel completely confident just walking between minions. Obviously can't really trade during the point where, you know...
Nice steal by Karsa.
That aggressive, but yeah, Karsa managed to smite away that Scuttle Crab with Abyss not having his smite available. Ching9, he's in a world of trouble here. No flash, remember. Essence Flux barrier does have to come through. And oh my god, that's a lot of low health members, but not a whole lot of lockdown to truly look for a dive.
Yeah, I think Kerry had to flash out there, actually.
Yeah, no sums. Kiri almost having Ignite up, maybe be a deterrent.
Shun is
up
very
top
low
side,
mana.
Guangguang and Driver going at it, and I am worried for Guangguang, although the
Nice
top of
dodge.
strike 3 doesn't hit. Very difficult to land that
Yeah.
early on in the game before you get some stats to speed up both the animation and cooldown.
So far, Camille hanging in fine. We've seen Camille struggle to get through the early parts of these lanes.
Yeah, Triforce really comes into her own, though.
Yeah. Takes a long time for this Camille to come online, though.
Guangguang intelligently, right next to the tower, does go for that immediate Q reset instead of trying to look for the true damage, because you're not likely to get it.
Oh, Nully's going to hang around. CFO are not happy about it. Nice spear from
the
Karsa.
spear. Yeah, this is scary. Even the Phosphorus Bomb landing.
Okay. Well, what's Nully supposed to do now? He's got no TP.
Yeah, he has Abyss pathing to his mid lane, so he should be able to get one more wave. Gory, though, he's
Karsa's not leaving, though. So what's Abyss going to do when he gets here is the problem.
Okay, Nully slowly but surely healing back up, and
Maybe Gory's too low on mana.
yeah, should be okay. Spear once again landing, though. This is the second Scuttle Crab of the game. Guangguang first down to the play.
Oh,
Actually,
engage.
looks for the hook shot. Yeah, hits onto Karsa. Flash and Arctic Assault. Glacial does get him. Should be Gory getting away, though.
Wow,
Still,
easy
though,
as that.
Yeah, well played by Guangguang and Abyss.
Yeah, nice. They have played with the Sejuani melee combos in the past, it looks like, and yeah, they know their limits very well. Karsa uses flash there, still goes down.
Yeah, it's good to see, finally, a bit of Sejuani play around these melee bruiser top laners.
Yeah.
It feels like oftentimes we get that sort of pairing, but nothing ever actually happens. Oftentimes they even lose out on the Void Grubs.
Yeah, look how strong it is when you do play around it, right?
Yeah,
That's a Nidalee. That is not an easy champion to catch.
Yeah, just locks him down, takes him out. Caster, admittedly, being very greedy with that flash, getting hit by the hook shot.
Yeah.
Still, very good start
Yeah.
for Hell Pigs, and exactly what you'd hope for if you're trying to look for this win here.
Yeah, they are bleeding in the mid, but Nully does have his TP soon. Gory was able to use his teleport. And yeah, be ahead on CS with the items that he has as core here right now is kind of criminal. But it's just off of that level 1 play.
Yeah, Gory going for the Mirror Mana.
Yeah, Mirror Mana Triforce. I think this is my favorite Corki build. Guangguan.
All out coming through. Should have hookshot available, surely. Actually, just goes aggressively. Doesn't get the Hextech ultimatum, and Driver's locked up. Flash away, Driver!
Oh.
Lands in the top of his strike. This could be very dangerous! Driver, we've seen him outplay before, but this doesn't look like one of those occasions! Although, yes, it is! That's one! Guangguan with hookshot back up is going to get himself out. The 2v1 outplay for Driver, and we're seeing why he's the starting top laner.
Yeah, out of nowhere, Driver turns that around, and not even onto Guangguan, but he somehow kills the full HP Sejuani who walks into his lane.
Shun getting aggressive, a lot of damage. Kerry is going to connect with that hook. Essence Flux, one more auto attack, but Cheng9's answering back. Through comes the Braum Shield barrier. Shun flashes, and it's a 1-for-1. Both supports going down, both AD carries remain. But here comes Karsa, and the spear from Fog is enough to do it.
Wow, Karsa is so accurate with these spears.
Yeah, that's why he's wielding a multi-$100,000 watch, pal.
Yeah, fight looked pretty good for Hellpigs. It looked like Cheng9 was gonna be able to just clean up, but no, somehow Shun lives on a sliver.
Gory getting aggressive, as well as Nully, but
yeah, trade's going a little better for Nully. And we'll, get better and better as the game goes on.
Dragon gonna be taken. Karsa gonna have that timing down pat.
Nice. Good. Yeah, Q Smite on Nidalee, very strong in Cougar form. Always hard to steal that away. And
especially as a Sejuani.
Yeah,
let's take a look at this.
So, yeah, Guangguan's got his jungler coming, so he's kind of baiting here.
At this point, realizes he is no longer baiting.
Yeah. And yeah, Abyss shows up on full HP here. Driver on a sliver of HP.
Oh, even gets hit.
Somehow kills Abyss. I have no idea how this works. And I don't think Abyss was worried about dying at all here. Guangguan plays it amazingly. But yeah, his jungler just gets stat checked by the Cassante.
There's that sneaky little devilish smile coming out of Driver. He realized what just occurred.
So that's going to delay the point where Guangguan's able to take over this lane just by giving Driver a bit more gold and XP.
Yeah. It's going to win the race to the Iceborne Gauntlet too, so it actually becomes very volatile, and Guangguan has to be careful not to use hookshot at the wrong time, because
yeah, as long as he holds it, he can never die, though.
Yeah, he can't die. If he ever uses it aggressively, especially right now, exactly now,
yeah,
he will die.
Dangerous.
No flash and no real way out if he does use that E, so. See if he has the Triforce. Doubt it, but at least should pick up his next component, hopefully.
Yeah, oh yeah, it is just the Iceborne now for Driver. This is horrifying for Camille.
9 kills and we're only 10 minutes in. Not what you expect from CFO, to be fair.
Yeah. They've come to play.
He shouldn't being the big benefactor. 2-0-2 on this Ezreal. We've seen what Ezreal can do.
Yeah. And yeah, shouldn't.
Yeah,
highest
this is the
KP.
problem. You cannot fight Cassante. You can't even come near that Cassante now as Camille.
Yeah, this is a horror. Horror in the top lane.
Cassante not supposed to be up in CS and kills. I guess he's even in kills, but
probably need to send Sejuani up here ASAP to fix this wave. This Camille
just
cannot
give Driver another
soak
kill.
XP.
What is it? Which one will it be?
Camille needs to be farming. Maybe she has Triforce now, can TP in and fight Cassante off the wave.
Just a longsword.
Oh. I'm not sure what changes now. I think he still can't fix his wave.
No, I mean, I think Driver has started pushing it. There's Casa up in the area. I mean, you do have to be careful of being dove as this Camille. Flash available.
Yeah.
But Cassante can tank a tower for very long with that Pathmaker. Sorted up here means that Helpigs should likely not want to contest, although Enchanted Crystal Arrow from bot lane means that this Braum is going to be stunned up for a long, long time. Glacial Fissure comes through. It is 1 kill. Down will go Abyss, but it's answered back as Nuli picks up the kill here onto Sword Art. All out, though, in Guangguan. He's gone aggressive, but Driver is the ultimate aggressor who does end up picking up yet another kill. Second of the game for him on the Cassante. First of the game onto Guangguan. And Casa's not done. He'll come through. Nuli flashing away. Q3 is not going to even come through as Casa is too quick on the sticks. Kiri now with a nice little Spider-Man grapple to get himself out. But ultimately a 3-for-1, I believe it was, in favor of CFO.
Yeah, Karsa goes from 0-2 this game to 3-2 now on the Nidalee. Looking about as clean as he did last week, though.
Yeah, insane team fight. CFO, I mean, it looked a little dicey. Sword Art just getting immediately stunned from bot lane, which will be a 3.5 second
the problem
stun.
is Nautilus is level 5 here. Braum is level 6. So yeah, it's a nice stun, but Cassante with an item completed is so much more useful than Camille in these fights too.
And Gory dodges, True Shot Barrage hits.
Just barely dodging the Yone ulti there, Gory. Makes this fight very one-sided. Bit of a hopeful go,
I mean,
I think,
Casa
from the
landing
Helpigs.
that spear.
Yeah, that spear was insane. This W being in range is crazy. Of course, lands another spear and then outplays here.
Yeah, insane from Casa.
I actually haven't seen him miss a spear, by the way.
That's because he can't.
Every time
he missed a spear level 1, I remember it.
Oh, okay.
He threw it at the red buff, but they were in the bush. So
Almost a good game then. He topped damage on Nidalee that fight.
Driver is very, very comfortable. Actually, it's going to take like 3 items until this Camille reliably fights.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? It's such a long time before Camille's online. Yone will be able to fight the Cassante maybe a little sooner because his lifesteal is just a bit earlier in his build. But
well, I mean, one of the rare lull periods we've had. But
yeah.
Dragon live, Rift Herald live, both junglers in the river.
Look at the gold.
Lull period over. Time to fight, boys.
Yeah, will Helpigs fight this?
Well, they are on the CFO's side of the map.
Maybe they will hit the dragon themselves at this point.
Oh no. Okay, well, Driver doesn't even have minions and he's going for it.
The good news for Helpigs is that this massive Cassante does not have teleport.
Yeah, the bad news for Helpigs is that Shun is also 2-0.
Yeah, Triforce of his own.
Yeah, Ching9 not quite at an item. Not too far off. I mean, the pit stop for the boots definitely not helping. Kiri on the flank does find the flash, gets himself off that depth charge, and Casa in a world of hurt, but doesn't go down. It's Nuli who does, and Gory the one that claims the bounty. Nice Winter's Bite, nice cues from Shun, and a double kill for this mid laner of CFO. Dragon will also be their prize, and this game quickly running away from the side of Helpigs.
Yeah, decent engage from Helpigs is just made to look silly.
Well, no, okay, this is just Sword Art 2v1ing. Yeah, no, okay. Ching's fine. Ching9 is all good.
Doesn't look like CFO will set up anything on bot, but they will get mid tower.
Yeah, 15-minute mid tower, nothing to scoff at. That is a very quick mid lane tower take, and with how this game's going, it's going to take a lot for Helpigs to fight their way to extend this timer. 6k gold is their deficit.
Carry is 2 levels down somehow in the support.
And he is going aggressive, lands the hook, just to show that he can.
Yeah, assert a little dominance, delay some backs, rob the enemy team of their tempo.
All right.
But if the Helpigs do try push in the bottom lane,
we are battling over pink wards.
So Helpigs are going to try push bot now, and they're going to find an extremely tanky Cassante. So they're actually just going to back. Okay.
Yeah, Cassante 2v1s them, and it's not close.
Yeah, they can't have the 2v1 lane swap.
He's already 2v1 once. Let's Let's not lose that one twice.
Yeah, let's not be his entire highlight reel. Just one
Guangguang
clip.
going to get a tower though. I mean, that's good. Maybe a little bit of mistiming on the recall. Possibly because Sword Art decided to stay and battle over a pink ward for 5 minutes.
Oh, Braum Q actually gets blocked by a little Krug there. Could have been scary for Abyss.
You know, it looks like Yone's winning this, but he's not. He's used his W, which means he can no longer go near this Cassante.
Yeah. Yeah, he does have a bit of an easier time than Camille, I think, just because Bork is a much better item for fighting this Cassante.
Yeah, he still loses. If this tower wasn't there and Driver just all outed, Nuli would die. Or at least be forced to run away.
Yeah. I think Driver maybe just can't as easily ignore the Yone.
Sejuani, on the other hand, is probably not going to phase him. The shield will go over.
Yeah.
Probably, I mean, we didn't even use it. You've got all outers. Probably just mid, but I don't think you're forced to by any means.
Gory gets chunked out by Guangguang. Gives plenty of damage. Damage back. Going to be inconsequential, though.
Almost landing a blind spear. Quite. Shouldn't matter. Warmog's completed for Sejuani. He can kind of take a beating and poke and back on out and feel
This
fine.
mid game for CFO is about to be insane with 2 Miramana Triforce carries. The Nidalee. The game might be over surprisingly quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Baron not even up. 2 minutes, and when it's up, we probably will have that 2-item spike for both these AD champs, and that's going to be very concerning as Shun somehow just bends that Q around minions to slap Ching9 in the face.
Yeah, the problem for Hellpigs as well is that they're full AD. So it doesn't really get much better scaling into this one.
Yeah, bit of true damage, bit of AP from Sejuani, as well as Nuli doing approximately 30%. But you're right, there's no real way through this Cassante for a long time.
This very fed Cassante, might I add.
Not going to get the second.
Charge of the Rift Herald, not going through. Gory jumping on Nuli, actually.
God. Oh, God. That just wasn't close.
Yeah, I feel like this Miramana Torquay does a lot.
And mid lane has gone much the same as multiple knockups. Teleport coming through, and Gory, he just killed someone top. Not got it in him to W on forward with that Valkyrie and look mid, but that is mid tower gone. A couple of minions remain. A lot of tanky boys here for CFO as they are looking now to get this mid lane inhib tower only 19 minutes in. They claim it. Don't take the inhib. Recall. Baron's up in 1. They can look for it.
Yeah, definitely don't take the inhib before 20 minutes. It's a good rule of thumb. It is before Baron spawns, if anyone's wondering. CFO have already broken the base.
And hold up, Abyss is in a really weird place. Maybe he took the wardrobe from Nani and ended up in the middle of mid lane, but now he's completely gone all out from Driver. He's on to this Ashe, unstoppable. One more Q would do it. He's not going to connect it, but it does hit onto Nuli. Triple kill for Gory. Caster steals the Penta, and Nuli's not even going to give over the Quadra, but everyone is dead. Death timers are low, but it's 4 members of CFO heading down this mid lane. Actually, Shun has gone top.
Yeah, Karsa bought an MT Mage Eyes. He's up to 8 stacks now. Very close to going down in that last fight, but played it amazingly.
Why is Abyss in the middle of everyone, by the way? I need to see how that happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that was the start of the fight. Interrupting recalls.
Oh, guys, I've interrupted the
Yeah, just completely out of position on the Sejuani. Hellpigs make a okay fight out of it. If you watch Karsa on the side here, he goes very close to going down to this Camille, but he somehow turns it on Guangguang here with the Braum passive.
That's insane.
Yeah, tragedy. If you're the side of Hellpigs, could have used that shutdown.
But another fight and another gold extension for the side of CFO, as they realistically could probably just look to end this game in the next 2 to 3 minutes, and likely should.
Yeah, Miramana's online now.
The game's only going to get harder as it progresses. You have good poke, but ultimately, I mean, one good team fight out of a Camille and a Yone, and all of a sudden things are looking a little dicey.
Yeah, I think if you're a CFO, your goal should definitely be ending before the Elder spawns.
Yeah.
There should be no need to let that get out.
You might want to wait for Leandri's as well as Rapid Fire to come through, and Randuin's on driver. I mean, those you're very close to all of those items.
Here's the Baron though, very fast Baron from CFO.
5k, Abyss is here, cannot be slowed. Sword trying to mark. Sword might make his way around, but he does get stunned up, and everyone's collapsing. But Nuli is on Casa. Everyone's on Casa. They find that jungler Guang now in the pit. This Baron is so low, but we're not going to get to see it. His driver on the bottom side of the fight completely takes over. Shun, he's kept this Baron. He's almost down. Nuli trying to hunt a steal, won't be able to find it. And despite some heroics to take out that primal cat, it is going to be CFO who claim the fight, claim the Baron, and now all against Nuli to try and claim their victory for the first game here in our series number 2 for the night.
Yeah, I think they should be able to just end it here. They have the Baron buff too. Sword Art's just going to zone off this Yone.
Everyone's coming back. It's 2 tanky boys. Nuli goes forward. He finds Shun, but Shun's able to get that flash up. Death charge not going to matter. Everyone now piling onto this Nexus. Let's take down Kiri one last time for fun. Guang though, he's trying to answer back. Does get the swipe, but not the kill. 1-0 CFO.
Yeah, about as clean as you could ask for, really.
Yep. Start of the game, not so much.
Yeah, right. Karsa started 0-2, I forgot.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe not as clean as you could ask for.
Yeah, but after the driver got a 2v1, I think that put a bit of fuel back in the boys.
Yeah, and somehow I felt it coming while the play was happening.
Yeah,
you know
well, I think it was like seeing the Camille ult the Cassante. I realized right there, Camille cannot kill this Cassante.
Yeah.
And then just got too low to ever help the Sejuani. Sejuani, I mean, there was kind of like I don't know if you want to say unlucky, really well played, or really like poorly played, whichever way you want to look at it. But the permafrost went off just as driver knocked up Abyss, so he couldn't do damage for pretty much the entire time of permafrost. Permafrost only lasts for like 1 second maximum.
Yeah,
so I don't even know if he actually hit the proc or not. I didn't get to see it in that replay.
Maybe not. All of her damage is loaded
into that. Yeah. And so immediately after she came out of the knockup, she used Arctic Assault. So I don't think she got that proc, which absolutely was the difference, because at one stage of that fight, driver was legitimate single-digit HP.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, immaculately played by driver, though.
Oh, yeah, but you could not have played that any better. I mean, obviously, almost gets 2 kills, got the 1, forced out everything from the opposing jungler and top, and just ran away with the game from there. And I think, honestly, from that, it probably should be him getting MVP. I mean, there was some really good scores around the Rift, but he was the catalyst.
Corey as well, who I was a bit worried about at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Got a small lead in his lane. I mean, not a tiny lead. Your opponent has no sums at the start of the game, and just completely ran away from it. That game looked just miserable start to finish for Nuli. And because Gory played it very well.
And you do have to wonder, the team with Nautilus Ashe, yes, there's a Braum against you, but it does feel weird that the team of Nautilus Ashe did go down so hard in that level 1. Now, you are against 280 carries, but
Sejuani, Israel, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. You're against Braum, Israel, as well as the Corki.
Yeah.
But then you've got Sejuani with Yone, with a Nautilus, and an Ashe, just level 1 Ashe.
And Yone came first.
Yeah. Now, maybe it's different because there's no lethal tempo anymore. Maybe that's like the big difference maker.
It's and no ghost on the Ashe.
Yeah. But, I mean, Ashe was always in range of everyone.
They kind of just stood and fought 4v4.
Yeah, well,
traded perfectly evenly.
Bashing heads against each other. But, well, I mean, they traded evenly other than Nuli lost everything. Right? He didn't die, but you always think it might have been better if he did.
Yeah, been better to just die, lose your and save your sums and then just come back.
You would have lost teleport, but you still keep the flash, and I think in matchups like this where it is a volatile matchup, Yone can win, Corki can win. Not having flash from level 1 for the first 5 minutes of your lane is going to make a massive difference to your impact.
It's also just faster to die.
Yeah,
at that point in the game.
Yeah, the 7-second recall versus literally instant respawning. It's I don't know. It's hard to say, right? Because then that would have meant someone would have had more gold on CFO, which wouldn't have impacted the end result, maybe, unless it was beneficial. I mean, it's hard to know. It honestly is very difficult to weigh up the pros and cons, but well played.
Positives for the help was that I really like the Sejuani.
Yeah. I mean, there's some rough patches, but I think playing around the fact that you had a melee top laner was good. It went poorly once, but they had the right idea, and I think it was just Guang
So this was the engage onto Sword Art. Nice Ashe arrow, but they don't have the damage to kill a Braum like this. It's just Nautilus. Nautilus and Sejuani hitting him, right? The carries can't do much to him. And, I mean, Karsa had an amazing fight here. Did the most damage by far.
Yeah, this was insane out of Karsa.
Yeah.
That spear landing, criminal. Gets the jump in. Trades fairly evenly, but has the heal back for himself.
And then the outplay here. Because Nuli was waiting for it. You can interrupt the Nidalee jump with your Yone Q.
But instead, Karsa just goes, flash QE, gets it done, and Gory doing the most damage. I mean, no surprise. He finished that game like 10-0 or something, but...
Yeah, he was massive on the Corki, and I really like the mirror amount of Corki build. I think that might be it. Did he go Fleet this game?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But I still think the catalyst was Driver. That 2v1,
I agree.
his impact in team fights was certainly felt. Starting that one in the mid lane where he gets Ching 9s, both sums, almost kills him, gets out, and yeah, I don't know. It was just the most unkillable Cassante I've seen in my life.
Yeah, it doesn't help that you're full AD on the enemy team. I think the Camille pick worked out in the 1v1 until it didn't.
Yeah.
But Gwen, I think I'm still stuck on the Gwen a bit. I think this was a great Gwen pick.
I'm massive into the Gwen this game. 3 range champs. Gwen loves being against range champs. And then just
likes
a Cassante.
Yeah, likes the Cassante matchup.
It is just, I mean, the only matchup you don't like is Braum, who probably isn't saving all of his spells for Gwen. Like, most likely isn't.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. It might just be, maybe Guan doesn't play Gwen, or maybe they just felt like
they just wanted the Camille.
Take too long to get online, perhaps. I'm not sure.
It does take a long time to get online.
Like fully online, yeah, like 2-3 items until you're truly just walking to a side lane and killing.
But is the Camille different? I guess the Camille helps with ganks earlier.
Yeah,
more
you
useful.
have more pressure earlier, as well as the 1v1. Once you get Triforce, if you're even on time, you are just stronger than Cassante.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, because of that 2v1 was not even on time, and Gory being a large proponent of these stars, but I mean, Driver, did he die that game? I don't think so.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't believe he died, but...
Yeah, which was kind of insane.
Maybe he did. Maybe he went down at some point, but I don't remember it.
Considering how much CC and damage there is on the enemy team, that is just CC and damage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see who they give the MVP to this time. I think there are a couple good answers. Caster's outplay, Driver's outplay, Gory as well. Just playing a solid, good game of Corki.
Yeah, just being the strongest person on the map.
Yeah. Botlane kind of just existed. They did nothing wrong, but the rest of the top side was just so hard.
Yeah, I mean, after the 2v2.
Yeah.
Oh, the 2v1, sorry.
Yeah.
How can you not give it to this guy now?
Yeah, and Driver showing why he's the starting top laner consistently. Did die once, okay. But, I mean, look at those stats. Low kill participation, but that's just because Gory was kind of going everywhere, killing everyone. Not much you can do as the top lane Cassante.
Yeah, this was another game where Shun probably had 90% KP. I didn't see it.
I mean, this 2v1 was crazy.
Yeah.
Camille just doesn't really have the damage to straight up kill the Cassante at this stage.
Yeah, and he's just getting straight up kited by Driver. The slow on the Q being used very well to kite out this Camille until he's an all-out, and then
nice unstoppable Driver. And also realizing that at this stage, he shouldn't just fully commit for Guangwan, who has Flash. Gets heal back there.
Level up as well for Driver.
I think there's a grass proc in here somewhere.
Yeah, there has already been one.
Not that one.
And his HP is just not going
Yeah, he's
down.
got a potion procking. I imagine he used a cookie as well.
Yeah, Camille because Camille can't hit him.
Yeah.
His HP just ends up not going down. Sedge isn't doing anything to him.
Yeah, he has probably the refillable going. He ate a cookie. He leveled up. Second wind as well, in moments like that when you have survived for so long, is actually giving you, 30, 40 HP, you get a grass proc, and all of a sudden that's like a total of 150 HP. And it's like, no, that's not that much, but it kept him alive that entire time, and it's very impressive. Also, there's Omni-Vamp as well when you're in all-out. Very minuscule amounts when you're early on in the game and not doing that much. But it is still,
it looks like it might have made a difference there.
Every single health mattered there, and the fact that you even had the Werewolf to get all your pots out at the same time. I mean, at this level of play, you should be, but there's multiple times where people, don't commit a summoner spell. It's even less likely that you're remembering to pop your cookies in those moments. So really well played by Driver, really well played by all of CFO, and I think it's kind of what you expect going against Halpigs. Although Halpigs did have a really good start to the game, so after the break, we'll see if they can continue on, have a good start, and actually bring us to their first game win. See you soon.
雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all night. Oh no me not alright. Oh la di da right. Oh la di da right. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all night. Oh Tell me what you feeling, cause I'm feeling you. High as the ceiling, cause I'm breathing you. I can tell by the way you move, you feel it too. Yeah, you feel it too. Girl, you feel it too. Got that dress on you like the second skin. I can help you with it if you let me in. We ain't at church now, so this ain't no sin. No, this ain't no sin. It ain't no sin, babe. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Girl, I never promised to take you away from what you get yourself in every day. I made my money the old-fashioned way. Just like they say. Just like they say. Yeah. I know you think you're seeing dollar signs. You can get your own, cause those are mine. Oh, you wanna be my girl, well, get in line. Just get in line, get in line. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style.
We are back for what could be the last time tonight unless Halpigs have something to say about it. And with how the game started in our game number one, they certainly did get off to a reasonable start, but they're going to have a little bit more in the tank. I'm not sure what it is, but certainly it's going to have to start with at least not a 2v1 happening in the top lane.
Yeah, not getting 2v1 is a good start. I think they had a good start otherwise. I remember Karsa being 0-2 or 1-2. I don't remember how exactly it happened.
It died level 1. Can't remember where else he died.
Yeah.
Oh, he died when they played around and Guangguang came down, landed the hook shot, and managed to kill him, even despite his flash. And
oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, so they were playing around the Sejuani combo well. They have their choice of side again. Presumably that means blue side. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, you would think so.
Should just be blue side again.
Yeah, I mean, what
I would have liked to see how the Yone worked out in a more standard lane.
Yeah, in a fair start.
Because Nuli didn't look terrible on the Yone once they got to team fights and skirmishes, but he was just so far behind in lane.
Yeah, and Gory was just one-shotting everyone.
Yeah,
Gory
very
got
fed.
to the point on Corki where you can't do anything.
Yeah, well, he was up 20 CS with tabbies in a tier.
Yeah.
Which shouldn't ever happen, but it wasn't really Nuli's fault that it did.
Yeah, it just came to help his team. unfortunately suffered the price in his lane. Senna once again banned.
And you make an imbalance that big on the map, and you just saw Karsa play around it.
Halpigs also did
relentlessly
decide to choose red side.
Okay. Yeah, they've swapped sides. So they will have to pick up the Rumble Skarner ban. That is the gift of playing red side.
Yeah. Welcome to red side, fellas. Once again, LeBlanc banned. CFO, they versed it twice, Jimmy playing it last week. Then picked it up in game number 3 for themselves, but now just opting to get rid of it entirely.
Kalista will be their final ban. Halpigs have to choose probably whether CFO gets to first pick Nautilus or Ashe here. And yeah.
Tristana.
Nautilus, Tristana, Corki.
Probably should just be Trist. The new item pathing for Tristana is just bonkers.
Yeah.
Kraken into Navori into IE, so much damage. Nuli possibly getting the Corki side of this matchup. Now, 1-on-6 at least, making the Corki seem like the winner.
I think it is Corki favored. I talked to Shock about this a little bit. It seems like with Halo Blades, the Corki does win this matchup.
Yeah, but if you go to Halo Blades, you can't go the Mirror Mana.
Yeah.
Bit of anti-synergy and early damage versus an item that does no damage. But as are lots of these mid lane matchups, you kind of do your runes depending on what you're against. That's just every lane in general. Almost outside of AD carry. AD carry tends to just have a pretty stock standard. You go this every game.
Yeah, Abyss thinking of some AP jungler he can play.
Yeah, getting the AP before more bans can come through, and Karsa maybe going to show us a Zyra.
Yeah, gets to play whatever he likes into the brand. Does have to go AP for his team.
Yeah, unless Driver wanted to.
Yeah, much easier to get it in the jungle these days.
For sure.
Many more choices than in the top lane.
It just synergizes with the items well. Oh, looks like we're getting Nidalee again.
Yeah, had a good Nidalee game. Why not pick it up again?
Could be scary for Brand.
Yeah, shouldn't be the easiest matchup.
I do imagine Brand clears at roughly the same speed as in Nidalee, though.
Yeah. Definitely a much better scaling pick than the Nidalee.
The brief Teemo hover. Maybe going to... Oh, the pleasure of Driver's Jax. Okay.
Blind Jax should just be responded to with a Gragas here.
This is a lot of AP, fellas. This is looking like a really easy Maw and Malmortis. Okay, Poppy. I like Poppy. Poppy does well into Jax.
Poppy looks very good into all of these champions as well.
Yeah. It's a good lane. It's good into what's showing. Could, in theory, still be a support champ, but most likely would be top.
Yeah, 3 very dash-reliant champions on the side of CFO are not going to have a great time into Poppy. And yeah, as long as Guangguan can survive the lane up against the Jax, it should be great.
Okay, the Braum banned by CFO, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind the Braum ban. They do have a lot of champs who are countered pretty hard by the Braum. If he ever blocks the Tristana Satchel or a Nidalee Spear, it's a big deal.
The champ select music is so epic.
Yeah.
Alright, well, last ban to come through. Will it just be another support? It's going to be Halpigs with the first pick out of the bans, and can just take whatever support they want, really. Ral, Leona stand out as 2 that often are picked that haven't been targeted. Lucian going to be taken away, so no option for Lucian Nami. Alright, maybe number Ezreal.
Yeah, a lot of Ezreal today.
Yeah, third of the night.
Yeah, Ezreal buffs must have done something.
Yep, they did. We saw Cascada playing like a man possessed.
Oh yeah, that's true. Shun didn't need to put on such a performance to win his game.
No, he kind of just observed as topside completely destroyed everyone. Ziggs.
I mean,
I don't hate it. You don't like Nidalee solo AP. Ziggs Leona, okay, that's good. Poppy pretty good against Leona, but you know, like Poppy good against dash champs, But when there's 4 of them,
Yeah, you can't block them all.
It's pretty hard to know when you're supposed to actually block.
Make it 5, even Ziggs.
Yeah,
Get
I mean,
blocked.
if you're landing the Steadfast Presence onto Ziggs, Shun has done something criminally wrong.
Yeah, that is very true.
Oh my god, we've got a Seraphine.
Wow, okay. I kind of like the greedy scaling support pick here.
Would you have preferred Seraphine or Sona?
Oh.
Because I think
wonder if
maybe Sona. I don't really like Seraphine.
Does Sona just get Leona Q into Nidalee Q'd?
Well, possibly, but does Seraphine not?
I feel like Seraphine has a little more to defend herself. Bit of CC, a little more threatening.
Yeah, but this sort of move, what is it, mobility, just by virtue of Sona's
Move
abilities end up being on approximately 1 second cooldowns.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Sona definitely the better scaler.
Yeah, I agree with
Seraphine
that.
definitely stronger in lane. But when you're playing with an Ezreal, I don't think you need all that strong of a lane. You're also just against Ziggs. You shouldn't truly be under that much threat.
Yeah, it should just be a farm fest in the bot lane, which is why I do like the Seraphine.
Yeah. Again, I mean, a little out of place is the Nidalee, but you do have a bit more lockdown. There's Jax that can somewhat set it up. You've got Leona who certainly can.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I think this game should be about mid laners. I mean, as soon as you have the Tristana Corki, things become very volatile.
Yeah, either of those champs can just completely take over a game with damage. So if one of those guys wins their lane, they're probably going to win the game.
Yeah. And, I mean, so far off game 1, you have to be favoring Gory.
Yeah, had a very good game 1.
See if there's any more level 1 shenanigans. A little less likely, considering the comps we see. Not really anything to suggest there should be. First strike on the Seraphine. Arcane Comet for Ziggs. Everything else pretty much as you'd expect it. Perhaps maybe the pressy attack on Corki is something that can sort of be changed between pressy attack and fleet footwork, but oftentimes, as hold up, Caster is just landing spear after spear, almost even hitting that one.
Yeah, Abyss should be okay.
Not actually going for the recall, but I mean, jungle is just broken. Just going to heal back to full anyway.
Yeah, camps are health packs.
Sword Art as well. I mean, this is something that we've only seen exactly Sword Art doing, is not starting with any potions and rushing Warmogs as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Saves himself an extra 100 gold, which as a support is actually meaningful.
Yeah, it is, but aren't you going to need these potions against Seraphine Ezreal?
No, Leona just recalls while Ziggs clears at tower.
Yeah, maybe. That's a good point. Well, Carry is going to need his health pot.
Should as well with teleport as... Jesus. That is a very low Seraphine, and we are at level 1.
Yeah, back in the Ezreal, in the Ziggs meta, you would see champs like Ezreal take TP. But Cheng9 has decided not to.
Yeah, I think that's surprising. Cleanse against only really Sword Art as Ezreal.
Yeah. Maybe unnecessary, but...
It feels very unnecessary, no?
Should be very safe this game.
I just feel like if you wanted anything, Barrier's better, but I think ultimately teleport makes the most sense.
Yeah, CFO already struggling in the spot lane. I think the Seraphine pick was great. They're just going to have permanent priority. Ziggs, who's a champ who likes to hit towers, is not going to get anywhere near Helpig's bottom lane tower for a long time.
Yeah, not for a while, but I think... Oh my gosh.
Terrifying.
693 days since the last PCS Seraphine.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah, that is an extremely long time, nearing on 2 years.
Yeah, surely Seraphine has been meta in that time.
When was the last time Seraphine
I'm
was
sure
meta?
she's been played mid since then.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably. I wonder what Seraphine builds. You know, there's like those Rylai's builds. You could just go Moonstone and traditional Enchanter.
This game you could maybe get go for a more AP-oriented build?
I think you should go in Enchanter, personally. Just by virtue, there's so much damage and...
Yeah, already plenty of damage.
Yeah.
Brand doesn't mind being solo AP. He brings enough
he
damage.
loves being... He wants to be solo AP.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can't optimize or like somehow build magic resist and you're against Brand...
Yeah, torture.
You're going to suffer. Technical pause. I think this is second of the night.
Yeah, it is. It is. Last one flew by pretty quick. Hopefully this one the same.
Yeah, first one was in our first series, right? I even think maybe it was in game 2. Oh, what a game that was, man.
Yeah. Certified banger.
It is just Chris Gardner's world that we're all living in.
And maybe this one will be a banger.
And we get to see them twice this week as well.
DCG,
oh,
yeah.
Beautiful. What a treat. It's like when we get to playoffs and we get to see them multiple times a week. But this time it's in regular season.
Yeah, and in best of fives.
Yeah.
Though DCG a little disappointing, the drafts in best of fives. We thought that's where they might cook the most.
Well, there was some cooking up.
There was some cooking, but it felt like maybe when it really came down to it, you know, we just kind of picked Lulu's Airy.
We picked, Orca Lulu. It was like, we just don't associate that man with an Enchanter.
No, not at all. His Rel and Nautilus have looked very good, though.
Yeah, looks good on the tanks, looks incredible on the APs. And Bard. What do you even consider Bard? He is literally just Bard.
He's just a support. Yeah, he's just Bard.
Yeah, there's no real comparison in the game. What would be the closest? Maybe simply because they roam a lot, maybe Pyke, but...
Yeah.
They also played a bit of Pyke, actually. You remember that?
Yeah, yeah. Not the split, right?
No. I remember that ridiculous game. I don't even remember who it was.
The Pyke Draven game?
Well, it was the one where 665 ganked bot lived on literal 1 HP.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was against Hell Pigs.
Oh.
Poor pigs.
The little piggies. That's right! And we had the most absurd picks against them. I don't even remember at all what the picks were. Actually, I think Pyke might have been picked against them.
Yeah, it was against them.
And it was just
so it was
like...
Pyke because they had Ashe support. And Pyke was being picked to counter it for a while there.
Oh. DCG are awesome.
I agree.
Well, back to live. How big CFO?
Yeah.
We're looking at this bot lane a lot. Oh, there we go. There we go. I mean, this is going pretty even. When 1116 and Maple played this lane, both mid 80s were substantially lower.
Yeah.
Maybe justifiably so, especially for Nully to play this early game a little safer. Didn't go for the Halo Blades.
Yeah, more scaling build. Maybe we'll go for the tier build himself. But this doesn't look like a bad game to just go for the Collector Halo Blades. Corki.
Yeah, I mean, who's tanky? Just Leona? You don't really care about that. Bran will one-shot her.
Only problem I see in the mid lane is Abyss has to run for it. Nice dodge.
Stun, and even gets the proc.
Carso will be fine, healing back up. The problem in the mid lane for Nuli is just the mana right now. He's CSing fine, he's trading fine, but he's just losing all his mana.
Yeah, that tends to be how most mid lane AD matchups against Tristana goes. Jace was the same. Lucian is the same, but the difference is Tristana struggles to actually interact, so it is kind of just mana for health straight up instead of health and mana for health.
Yeah.
Oh, nice steadfast presence there. Very quick on the trigger.
Guangguan falling behind in CS a little bit. He's got to keep an eye on that. Yeah, everyone just last hitting. Driver does get charged. He might have trouble getting this wave in.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, Guangguan has a lot of health to work with to try and stop it, and it looks like he is. Kind of like to pan back to this top lane as Guangguan getting aggressive. Driver gets the 1v2 last game. This game gets a proc. Oh my god.
Holds onto his flash that entire time to Nerves of Steel on Driver, but yeah, gets away with the maximum.
I also can't believe Guangguan didn't look for it.
Yeah.
But, well, I mean, Still, it's a good lane position for Guan. Down CS, but he did get a recall without using teleport off.
Yeah, likely a trade of TPs in the mid lane. And yeah, Driver losing nothing there to crash that wave is a miracle with how low he was. You're seeing it in the bottom right of your screen now.
Did he actually crash the wave though? I mean, there's 2 minions left and...
Yeah, I think it does crash because the minions turn around here and clean up.
Well, it looks like it didn't.
No, maybe not then.
But Guanglan likely just pushing it out now as...
This steals one.
Yeah, gets one of them, but now it is actually both junglers no smite, and it's Halpigs who are first on the move. Seraphine, not the greatest skirmisher, but well faster, should I say, than Sword Art on the roam. So 3 Void Grubs picked up.
They might still look. Sword Art looks like he wants to. No. Nothing going on there for CFO. Just going to be 3 Void Grubs for Halpigs.
Driver going for a cull. Actually, likewise, Nully going for a cull.
Yeah, 3 culls. There's the rocket jump forward, the Valkyrie backwards.
Kiri was about to walk into a Leona, but no rocket jump for Gory meant he wasn't really under any threat. Kiri actually makes his way into the bush. This guy manages to play perfectly around Sword Art's every move.
Gory, happy feet. Lee's going to pick these up for mana and maybe take a fight here.
Oh, Zenith Blade going in. Sword Art going very aggressive. Is getting low. In comes the Mega Inferno bomb, but it's not going to connect. Sword Art once again so low. Kiri going to have to use that heal to get himself out. Stun lands Abyss. And first blood to Nully. He's getting his turn to show what he can do on the core key as Halpigs once again off to a strong start.
Yeah, nice stun from Abyss. Catches Karsa off guard with his flash up and everything.
You see,
not an easy one to land.
Still in high spirits, does have a little giggle on his little player cam, but it is Halpigs with the last laugh. It's first blood and dragon confirmed. And
yeah, I mean, everything's going Halpigs' way so far.
Another great steadfast presence, so quick.
So I'm surprised here Nully at the beginning of this fight is on Sword Art, who has Aftershock and Leona W rather than Gory. But they actually almost kill the Leona, and then this stun from Abyss is very clean. Catches Sword Art while he's throwing a spear. Yeah, eventually Guangguan does just start losing this matchup, I think. Already is down quite a bit of CS.
Well, eventually. Not as bad as the old days with Divine Sunderer, but...
Yeah. Yeah, many a tank top laner players celebrating the death of Divine Sunderer.
Especially on Camille. Kind of miss playing that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, once Camille finished Divine Sunderer, pretty much any tank in the game
just lost.
Yeah.
There was no tank that stood up to it.
Her HP would not go down in a fight.
You'd look at the end of the game and it's done something like 30k damage. Yeah. Those are good. Healed like the same amount.
Yeah.
It's so good. The Q has like some weird interaction where it applies the sheen on the true damage proc.
Yeah.
It's one of the only abilities in the game that does it.
Yeah, and the true damage is reduced by tabbies. It's a similar thing, I guess.
Nully. Ooh.
Scary.
So pinpoint accurate with those spears as caster, but that one out of range. Much slower than game number 1.
Yeah. Yeah, very slow. Just that one fight around the dragon.
I mean, Driver, while nearly getting solo killed, is still up in CS.
Oh, Nully almost kills Gory with Sword Art here. One plate picked up by the Halpigs bot lane, while Shun desperately tries to hold on to his tower.
And Nully is going Mirror Mana into the Triforce.
Yeah.
Same build as Gory in game number 1, albeit probably a little less accelerated despite the first blood.
Yeah, had a completely free lane. Gory did in the previous game. Has had to fight for his CS this game, Nully, but is on the clock.
CFO going to get their third, or their 3 Void Grubs, shall I say. Dragon in 2 minutes would be the second of the game for Halpigs if they can secure it, and honestly, it feels like maybe they should be able to. See if Triforce can get finished up by Ching9 beforehand, but Shun is in a world of trouble here. Might have to just pop that Ziggs ult for this next incoming wave. Abyss misses out on that stun, and Shun manages to
that's going to be the play, I think.
But still hanging around. Nully actually copped a lot of damage in this middle lane as Kiri arrives.
Yeah, CFO putting a lot of effort, time and effort into shutting the Skorky down and helping out Gory.
Not yet been able to do so.
Yeah, Nully.
Oh, the
still
Xenoblade
confident.
connects, but Nully quick on the Valkyrie means that he is able to cut somewhat buffered and get himself out of harm's way. Oh, hold up.
Driver's getting
Guan
dived
Guan
somehow.
Nearly taken yet another solo kill on Driver, but not quite. Kind of been the story of this top lane interaction.
Yeah, somehow Driver is just CSing immaculately, though. That's about all he needs to do to outscale in this matchup.
Such a good Jax player.
Yeah.
I mean, such a good player. I don't know why I limited it to a singular champ.
Especially on CFO, it feels like he's leveled up a little bit as well.
Well, I think the difference is that he was always a really good player, but the rest of the team would often like just be so far behind it didn't matter, whereas now he's just on a team of good players.
Yeah.
Just everyone is the best or near the best in their role in the league.
Yeah, a team where his leads can actually materialize.
Sometimes it's also about realizing that Driver's got a lead, we can now play around him.
Yeah, and everyone just, takes their foot off the gas.
I would have said that's what we saw last game, but everyone was just very ahead. The Mordekaiser game, though, where he was down a lot and ended up carrying.
A little bit scary situation for Hellpigs, who have to face Chekaliona. Carry is out of HP now, too.
Yeah, it shouldn't actually slapping. If he's able to land those bombs on someone as squishy as the Seraphine, who is going for a Moonstone first, by the looks of things.
Yep, either that or Shirelia's right.
Yep.
Karsa going to be getting this dragon. Unexpectedly, we thought maybe Hellpigs would fight for this one.
Yeah, I think just the damage coming out of Shun there onto Carry kind of made this a bit of a tough fight. So, do get there, Dragon, 1-1. And kind of not looking like it should be a Dragon Soul game yet again.
Yeah, one each. And
although I did say that about the DCG game.
Yeah.
Corey with a nice trade. Abyss here to try and help out.
Yeah, these mid lane rotations have been so strange. There's always just someone sitting there with their mid laner to deter the other one from jumping in.
Oh, it's a Rift Herald fight time. Wait, what happened? Why are there 3 wards there? Did you see the replay?
Yeah, he placed 3 wards, ran down river. I'm assuming something's going to happen.
What is going on?
Yeah, I'm completely enchanted by this replay.
What did I just witness?
Yeah, not the most impressive replay from old Carry. But Corey's going to take the entire bot lane tower. Oh, I see what's happening here. We have Tristana, Ziggs, Jax.
Oh my, okay. How the tables turn up in top lane.
Yeah, Triforce finish now for Driver. Guan feeling that one. And I think from this point on, Driver will have agency in this top lane.
Yeah, but it is going to be an advantage in health, at least, for Guangwan with that.
Yeah,
Teleport
no
available,
TV
whereas
for
Driver does
Driver.
not. See if it materializes into a Rift Herald for the side of Hellpigs.
CFO grab the Scuttle Crab for now.
Kerry here, no wards available for himself. Can we check mid lane?
Yeah, might have 3.
Looks like Rift Herald will be picked up by Hellpigs Casa is hanging around. Driver, though, pathing out bot. Newly with teleport versus...
Cheng9 is chunked out by something.
Yeah, wow, the solar flare does go wide, but only because of the flash coming out of Abyss. This is now a 4v5, and it's Kiri who does manage to pick up that Rift Shield for the side of Hellpigs. But who can get to this eye? Driver now teleport very close to being up and available. Abyss walking up, does catch a spear, but ends up getting the eye of the Rift Shield. So Hellpigs coming out better off in that trade, only losing the teleport and Abyss's flash.
Yeah, a little bit of momentum back Hellpig's way after it felt like CFO were maybe taking over. Drop the Rift Herald immediately, do the Hellpigs, and chunk the mid tower for Hap.
Pretty classic. Not much more you're really going to be able to, considering the health of both mid lane towers.
Yeah. Abyss should be close to level 11. I didn't quite see it in time.
This stage last game, we had something like 20 kills near on, and we were at 1.
Yeah, polar opposite.
Gory going to get a tower at least. First of the game, I do believe. No, bot lane's already gone. Ziggs.
Yeah, and he took that one too. No, it was Gory who took it too.
Classic Ziggs Tristana combo.
Yeah. Karsa steals that one away. Maintains his level advantage over Abyss. And hits a spear on him while he's at it. Abyss now half HP. Driver too. Yeah, this Corki is nothing to scoff at though.
You know, story time. One of my first games I ever casted once coming to the PCS. It was Impunity was the team, and it was Driver. Driver was their top laner.
Okay.
And I remember he was playing Jax, and it was, I think it ended up being the top player that week. It might have even been during playoffs. I don't remember exactly, but he, as Jax, managed to find a 4-man Counter-Strike.
Oh, okay.
And it was the most insane thing. You know, like there is not a big AoE on that ability.
No, it's not.
And somehow I don't even think he flashed. I think it was literally off a leap strike.
Damn.
It was in mid lane. He just like walks in from the Raptor pit on blue side, leap strikes in, and just 4-man stuns the other team.
I wish I was Driver.
Yeah. Yeah. The guy's a bit of a beast.
So all outer towers cracked now by CFO. None of their own going down. I'm curious how they want to play the game. Do they want to just play it slowly and stack up dragons? They do have a lead. And very strong side laners.
Oh, wow, that was a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's only getting worse. Roll Guan up here.
Sword is, yeah, okay. This guy has somehow found his way through platform 9 3/4. He does go down. Gory gonna have to flash away. Rocket jump as well. True Shot Barrage only just won't connect. And sorry, I got a bit stun locked there, but I was certain Sword Art was dying.
Yeah, that looked like a free kill for the Hellpigs. Somehow Sword Art almost escapes. And
Castles out of
Billy.
there or something. I'm not sure what just occurred.
He kind of just engaged straight onto the Corki and almost...
I mean, engaged. He randomly found himself in between 4 people.
No, this was all calculated by Lord Sword Art.
Look at this guy.
Gets his W off. And procs his Aftershock. Does enough that they can kill Corki here. The rest of his team can get out. Somehow Gory gets us away here. Insane.
Oh, we're back. Dragon fight. Staying 2 in a row now for Abyss. And in comes Guan. Misses out on that keeper's verdict. And all of a sudden it's Driver. We've sung his praises. He gets the first of the team fight.
Yeah,
looks like that'll be all, though.
If it's just the support for the Dragon, you take that every day as Hellpigs.
Especially when your support's running down mid and chucking 3 wards right on top of each other. All right, well, one for Dragon.
Massive spikes incoming for Hellpigs. If they can weather one more
this tower
reset.
This tower is going to take a substantial chunk. Not long until Ziggs can...
Oh, so is this tower. The pressure from CFO on the map right now is overwhelming.
I mean, all of a sudden, this Dragon didn't look so good, but it doesn't feel like Hellpigs really needed to lose this much.
Yeah.
Sword Art finds his way onto Abyss. Casts in the area, but doesn't have Spear online. Does now.
Oh,
Flash
nice
forward.
flash.
Oh my god! And somehow Abyss lives! It's the Seraphine value, baby, but through comes Driver. 1 kill, 2. Reset available. Abyss burning, and he does go down to the Leandries of Shun. This tower now completely annihilated. Shun even keeping up his satchel just so he can look to take down yet another. Gory, demolish, satchel, demolish. 2, 3 towers looking for an inhibitor as well, as this game just all of a sudden blew right open for CFO.
Yeah, just a couple kills when you've got Tristana
Dolly teleported
Ziggs.
in. It's not over yet. Does find himself right next to 4 members, but it's scary to be this Corky.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to just call it off. No other TPs can really come in. So, yeah, that'll be the play. And Gory starts this fight on half HP as well. And, yeah, it's an amazing play to start the fight from Abyss.
Oh, my. Oh, that was a lot of damage.
Who, yeah, does so much damage to start this fight out and baits Karsa out to his death. But Guanguan goes down immediately, and nice from Gory here to finish off that kill as well.
Yeah,
and then
even
somehow Shun found something onto Abyss as well. Disaster for Helpigs. Losing Inhib super quick against Tristana, Jax, Ziggs as well.
And a Nidalee.
Yeah, I don't know if
was
there's
dead, but
I don't know if there's a trio that pushes faster than these carries on CFO.
oh no,
nice
the
side
Keeper's
step by
Verdict is going to
Gory.
miss as well. And Guanguan, he's got nowhere to run. Caster jumps on in, it's his
Driver.
kill. Driver in the middle of 4, does get low, stun does connect, and all of a sudden Ching finds himself an answer back. Abyss very low, no ultimate available for Shun, but these bombs are chunking.
Yeah, Shun is being so annoying on this Ziggs. He almost killed Abyss again.
Attention now, Baron.
They're gonna
Abyss
hit it.
isn't able to be here. He's going to come, he does need some healing. Kiri, it's his job. Not that much does really come through from a Seraphine. It's not the highest amount of healing champ in the game. Kiri
Just
now half
4v5.
HP. Nolly looking for something. True Shot Barrage lands onto 2 squishies. Casa will be able to use that Primal Surge to get himself a bit of health back. Does get the Baron. Stun lands. Abyss is in no man's land, and Abyss is no longer here to help. Lots of damage coming back. Ching9 finding something, but rocket jump. Gory finds himself 1, and actually it's Shun who picks up the double. Nuli now, what can you do? Absolutely nothing. Driver teleports into the base. Gory's coming too. Guanguan versus these hyper damage from CFO, and 24 minutes from nowhere. CFO claim the series.
Yeah, essentially 4v5. CFO just do the Baron, win the team fight, and end the game. After losing their top laner, kind of incredible. And completely outplaying in that Baron fight too. Just everyone on CFO playing immaculately.
Yeah, I mean, what just happened? We had 16 minutes with 1 kill.
Yeah,
and the
then
game
game's
ended
over.
at 23 minutes to the team that didn't have the kill. I mean, kind of, I get it. Nidalee, Trist, Ziggs, and Jax. If you make one mistake, then
Yeah,
you say
game
bye
ends very quickly.
to a lot of your towers. But I mean, this week definitely a step up for Gory.
Yeah.
Oh, Driver has cancelled something he said in the past. Something he said in the past about CFO. He's cancelling it off, and now he's something about God Tone. He's very happy. There he is. What is going on?
It's a very elegant pose. I like that one.
That was the kind of pose you do when you want to get painted.
Yeah.
I think. Statuesque. Ching9 on your screen. The boys from Helpigs. I mean, honestly, against the team that is arguably best in our league, valiant effort.
Yeah.
You know, bunch of rookies coming in and starting off both games really, really strong. You expect teams that are newer to do worse when it comes to macro and also laning.
Yeah.
Their laning has been
Laning
solid.
was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Guanguan
no
almost
complaints.
solo killing twice. Honestly, Nuli having the better of Gory a lot of that game, despite going for a very much a scaling build, staying even, finding himself a first blood through help, of course, of Abyss, who played fantastically on the brand as well. But it just kind of came as the game progressed. It was the team, you know, veterans. They've played international tournaments. multiple times, you do expect them to be the better of the two. And
yeah,
I mean,
it kind of came down to just team fights.
Yeah.
And just getting outplayed in those team fights. I mean, Sword Art can only wander into the jungle alone so many times and win a team fight before we just have to start giving him credit.
Yeah,
for it.
The problem is he does that against
Weaker teams.
Frank or PSG. It's getting punished.
Yeah, he does it against weaker teams, it seems like. He just engages by walking around out of position. And it's worked.
Yeah.
Worked quite well this game.
I cannot believe that he somehow, like, he ended up dying, but it took so much to end up killing him in that fight.
Yeah, unbelievable. And they
Like,
could lose Corki for it too.
Yeah, it ended up being a 1-for-1. I think Corki died just before Sword Art as well in that predicament.
And that is the big difference, I think, between these top teams and the lower standings teams, is that somehow miracles just happen with these top teams where people are constantly living on 1 HP, and you just don't see that from the Hellpigs, for example.
Yeah. I think it's just decisiveness, and not necessarily from the person like Sword Art getting caught out in that
as a
particular.
team.
I think it's Sword Art's caught out, everyone immediately
converges.
Goes.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, and honestly, sometimes they don't. And it feels like maybe they don't when it's just completely doomed. In a situation like that, they managed to get there. They managed to get a 1-for-1 and then continue it on with Gory picking up a bunch in the end. It's like, well, I don't know how this worked, but it did. And it comes down to, it probably shouldn't have, but the decisiveness of everyone to just converge and straight go in meant it had the chance of working.
Yeah, and it allows you to actually punish the mistakes of your opponents and indecisiveness of your opponents if you are that decisive yourself. It doesn't, you know, it's that old saying, it doesn't matter if it's a bad plan. What is it? It's like a bad plan's better than no plan.
Yeah.
Right? So just like be all on the same page doing the same thing is better, even if the idea sucks, than a disjointed team.
Yeah, and I think that sort of the evidence is in a game like this one, where it was actually CFO who probably were not in the favorites to win this. But every time they made a decision, it was just committed to completely from everyone. It was no, like, randomness. There was also, I mean, just mechanically as well, Guangwan missing a couple of Poppy ults. Those are big things in these team fights, because Poppy ult can, and we've seen it many times before, decide a team fight. You knock away two people.
It's a huge portion of Poppy's power in any of these fights.
Ability to just remove two people for 20 to 30 seconds is huge.
Yeah.
And the two fights that Guangwan was involved in didn't connect on anyone. And so that is obviously a big problem. The lane went well for him, but not being able to utilize that Poppy
close
ult.
to going amazingly for him.
Oh, yeah, almost 2 solo kills against a player like Driver on what is probably Driver's most practiced champ.
Yeah. Yeah, shouldn't be, you know, too ashamed of himself or hard on himself, Guangwan. This is the final Baron attempt, and we'll see how this fight went just so poorly for CFO.
I mean, Ching9 just not doing anything. He's just not in position to do anything.
Yeah, and Sword Art here, again, is just living somehow. They cannot kill him, and Karsa, again, jumps into 3, gets out on a sliver of HP, and it's just CFO constantly doing this. 5 mobile champs, essentially.
I mean, I really think that's kind of an example of what we were saying about the decisiveness. We had Kiri and Ching9 actually get around to the position where Abyss and... Who else was in that fight? Newly, I think?
Yeah.
To the position where they were, like 10 seconds after Sword Art had already gone in. And Sword Art only just lived. So if they had that extra damage coming through, a bit of extra
easy
support...
kill,
might have kept alive their carries a little longer, might have got the kill onto Sword Art and had an actual fightable chance in that team fight, but not able to do so. Gory narrowly edging out the damage above Shun there on the Ziggs. And
yeah,
I mean, good performance out of everyone around for CFO. MVP, I don't know. I think Gory, probably. Maybe Shun.
I like Sword Art.
That would be a robbery. I think it should be Gory or Shun. Oh my god, that's a lot of Gory.
Yeah, Gory, most gold, most damage, most kills, and most damage taken by Driver.
Yeah, we've seen a swap. Obviously, carries now being the junglers. It's top laners every game that pick up the most damage taken.
Yeah, it doesn't
There was
hurt.
one game was Jimmyin on LeBlanc. I think last week picked up the most damage taken.
Yeah, that was such a bizarre game.
Yeah. I think that was the only game we haven't had like a top laner. Maybe a jungler in the first week or something, but it is Gory. I think well-deserved. Played pretty perfectly this game. Went even in lane. Maybe there's an angle to find an advantage, but possibly not. Just there's no setup coming from his jungler, you know. He's a Tristana in Italy.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a different approach we saw from CFO today, especially in terms of Gory, just because usually they don't play around him. Shun has 90% KP in the ADC role.
Yeah.
Which means that Karsa is just bot all day, and that means Gory's probably coming down bot too. But especially in this game and a bit in the previous game, we saw them just spend a lot of time mid just to make sure Gory was okay. They didn't kill anyone mid lane, but they made sure Gory was staying even in his lane, and it was well worth it.
Yeah, and it has to be said, right, at this stage, the evidence of helping out Gory or like just being there and letting Gory play as aggressively as he'd like,
yeah,
it probably means he's not going to have those moments where he just randomly dies and almost, I mean, against the better teams, costs your team a game.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll get more, you know, we're seeing more of just like a solid Gory performance, which we hadn't really seen before. We'd seen incredible and lackluster.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously, it's something that they probably, I mean, at least for my money, they're looking better with. We saw them sort of fail against Frank in one game, nearly 2 games. But other than that, I mean, it's been pretty near flawless from the entire side of CFO. So the next big test, of course, will be PSG.
Well, that'll be a banger.
Always
is, yeah.
Yeah. Was a 2-0 the first time they met, a 2-1 the next time, and a 3-0 the next time. And that went from PSG losing to PSG winning by 1 to PSG 3-0ing. No, PSG didn't even verse them in the playoffs. It was SoftBank that 3-0'd them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
that
didn't
was
even
a
verse each
surprise
other.
too.
I thought they would in the finals, but SoftBank, Eevee just stepping it up there.
Yeah,
last
I somehow predicted that one.
Yeah, you
I
did.
turned my predictions around towards the end of last split.
Yeah, impressive. I'm happy for you, pal. I'm happy for you. That is the series all done and dusted. We are going to go to an interview, of course. This one's with Karsa and Patty, so please do enjoy.
Let Karsa say hello to the fans first. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们邀请到的是 CFO 的打野选手 Karsa， 请 Karsa 先跟观众打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 CFO 打野 Karsa。
So you guys won with a 2-0 today. You're now on a 3-game winning streak. How do you feel about the game you just won? 你们现在是2-0赢下比赛，现在也来到了3点胜。想问一下，你现在赢下来之后心情如何？
就是虽然比赛有点波折，但还是挺开心的吧。虽然挺可惜没有跟就是那位男人交手到今天。
So I think the game we have some up and downs in the game, but we still won it. So I'm really happy about today's game. You guys are actually on a 3-game winning streak, and how do you think the team needs to fix, or is there anything that needs to be fixed on your team to keep that score going? 你们现在是属于0败的状态，你认为队上有没有什么需要修正，你们才能继续保持0败的状态，继续打这个赛季呢？
就保持好自己的状态吧，然后尽量把我们的进攻性再加强一下。我觉得应该还可以再保持一阵子吧。
So just keep our momentum and probably be more aggressive in the future so we can keep the score and try to keep it more on the road. So how do you feel about the jungle carry meta at the moment? 你对于现在的野合版本有什么想法吗？
因为我看有11个基本上也是都是玩那个史瓦尼跟茂凯这种英雄嘛，但其实 LP 的话就是什么就是有多能 carry 的英雄他们都会拿出来，我会觉得就是一个什么都能玩的打野版本吧，就是对打野来说其实蛮有意思的。
So I think I watch LCK and they play more utility champions, and in LPL they actually play a lot of carry champions. I think in this meta it's very fun for jungler because you can basically pick anything. So I'm really happy to play jungle in this meta. So how do you feel about your mid synergy with Gory at the moment? 你现在跟 Gory 在中野配合上面，你觉得怎么样？
就我觉得这个版本就是对Gory来说就是对他来说挺适合的吧，因为他很喜欢玩一些就是战士啊，或是一些 AD 的英雄。然后我其实自己也比较喜欢玩 AP 的，因为刷着还蛮爽的。
So actually, I think this meta is very suitable for Gory. He likes to play AP champions and also a lot of fighters. And for me, I really like to play AP jungler. So I think this is actually a really good meta for us. So what is your goal for summer? 你在夏季赛的目标是什么？
其实因为我觉得我们春季赛一直就是给自己定这目标在冠军嘛，就感觉就是定着，感觉给自己压力有点大吧。反正我们夏季赛目标就先把春季赛打赢我们的队伍都赢一次，就是 SHG 那个还有 PSG 嘛。然后虽然 BYG 已经没了，但是我们把车长买过来了。
So I think in the spring split, we gave ourselves too much pressure because our goal is to win championship. So for now, I'm just gonna say that I want to win all the teams that actually we lost in the spring. Like for example, SHG, PSG, and BYG, and now we got Driver on the team. So I think we only have 2 more left right now. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Kind of feels like a weird answer, that last one, where it's like, oh, we gave ourselves too much pressure, so now we're just trying to beat the teams that beat us, which was first and second.
PSG. Frank,
so like, if you want to beat
Beyond.
them, by extension, is that not just exactly
you just have to
saying
be
I
the
want
best,
to win the
yeah.
championship?
Do some mental gymnastics, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe that's the way forward. Because, I mean, comparing what they look like now to what they look like at the end of playoffs, they look a lot better.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, ripping off the Band-Aid here, they kind of sucked at the end of the last playoffs.
Yeah, and it came out of nowhere.
In a weird way, right? Like, they were so dominant the
Yeah.
entire split. And, I mean, it was awesome to watch them. And
And
now,
they just didn't look like the same team at all. I remember
Right.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end of last split, it just nothing made sense. It looked like they were
Yeah.
playing without voice comms even.
But now I think we're back to how they were during the regular season. And I think also, I mean, seeing them play around Gory like they were kind of in this game, not so much looking for kills, but just ensuring he has the safety in his lane, I think can just be the way forward. Because you know Shun is a very, very solid player. He is kind of like, I mean, he's like RJ, right? Like
Yeah,
RJ,
but
you don't
ADC.
have to go to his lane. He is just always going to be okay. Shun is the exact same, but in the AD carry role. And I think when you have these volatile players, it's really nice if you can play around them because they are so mechanically strong. Gory is one of, if not the most mechanically strong mid laners we have.
Yeah, he could be.
But, you know, sometimes you lack in decision making. Sometimes they see an angle and it gets outplayed or whatever may happen. So playing around them and giving them the extra level of safety can be very beneficial. And I think in this series we really saw that. The standings now is reflected. It is CFO taking that rank 1 spot. Of course, we are going to see PSG playing tomorrow, so can be evened up for them there. But Frank as well, they have been overtaken by DCG, but again, likewise, will be playing tomorrow. So
now CFO have dropped 1 game, so PSG have the chance to overtake them if they pick up a 2-0.
yeah, that's true. They did lose 1 game up against Frank. Obviously, Frank, very, very strong team. And I mean, at one stage, PSG kind of cruising through so far. They're the only team they haven't versed CFO or Frank, so
yeah,
still tests ahead for them. And we're going to get to see DCG again. We're going to see obviously tomorrow's matches very soon, but I already know, I already looked. DCG is playing again, and that just fills me with delight. I love watching these guys, and they are against none other than PSG in our game number 2. What a way to finish off the week. PSG, DCG.
Yeah, DCG did manage to take them down last split.
Last split in their first meeting, it was DCG taking the win. First game of the night, though, will be J-Team versus Frank. Of course, J-Team with a more steady roster, it seems. They have come from the end of last split.
so far so good.
Into the split, same roster, so doing better than last split, which is awesome to see. And then Frank, of course.
Speaking of doing better than last split, they picked up Wako in the ADC role.
Wako, who's been looking phenomenal outside of maybe 1 mistake on the Varus, but just an insane play from Casa. I mean, it's playing a bit greedy, not towards any vision, but Casa is just
that
a
wasn't
freak
insane.
on Lee Sin.
Yeah, I remember the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Top play of the week.
Yeah, I mean, it was. That was so mechanically intense. But honestly, is it better than what we saw today from Chris Carter? Probably not. So definitely, if you missed the first series of tonight, you have to go back and watch it. It was, for my money, I think from the start of me casting the PCS till now, probably my favorite game I've ever watched. And that's competing with DCG, J-Team last
Wow,
split.
okay.
That was insane. They had no right winning. And the way in which they win, the manner in which they won that game was just so insane. And it's not like they're against a weak team. West Point with 116, Kongyue, Lil V,
and
insane.
And DCG, for parts of that game, were looking a little PSG-esque. It was looking real difficult to end against them. Pressure all over the map.
It was, and boy oh boy, things are in fact heating up here at the PCS. Oh, I'm on this camera. We go on this camera. Thank you so much for watching tonight. It was an absolute pleasure. We get to see DCG once again tomorrow. You're not going to miss it. Want to miss it, rather. PSG, DCG tomorrow. Please do join us.